Yum. Of course, we don't work. And we're back online then. Okay, I'm starting a new project today. You can see in the title. Go to the GitHub and create the new repository. Okay, so the project that I'm going to make is Paint. So that I can use my own program, because since we switched to NixOS, the MS Paint is not there anymore. The Paint.net is not there. Use Asprite. But I think I can make something small and simple for my use case pretty easily. What should I call it though? I am not sure. I call it Fog Paint. Alright. Paint, but fog. Okay, there we go. Go to projects, git clone, GitHub, movie draw. Hello there. I don't know, like naming something just after myself feels wrong, you know? A little bit. What if it ends up being actually useful thing, and someone else is going to use it? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to copy Linksider Lake and Linksider RC. Here, there's Tux Paint. It's really basic. Yeah, I want something that is not really basic. I'm going to tell you more about it a little bit as we go deving this thing. It's not going to be just paint. I already, I already tried making my own paint before, right? I called it Yeti Robbie. This one, I did show it before, right? This one did not have colors, but it did have multiplayer, so you can see what some other people have drawn here. An infinite canvas. Okay, there you go. Infinite canvas and multiplayer was here, but yeah, I want more. Not sure if I want to have multiplayer though. But we'll see. We'll keep that in mind if uh like, but that's not going to be the main feature. At least. Okay. And we do something like, do I use Helix today or do I use Vim today? You want me to try and using Vim today? Just show you how it breaks sometimes. Okay, so we are going to have in our cargo toml here. Ah shit, man. If I switch between Helix and Vim all the time, I will have trouble. I mean, I think the main difference is selecting the lines. So like in Vim, it says Shift V to select a line. In Helix, it's just X. Okay, whatever. Just add the engine as a dependency. This should technically be my only dependency here. How are you doing, Code Monkey? In any project? Just stick to and use whatever you're most comfortable with. I'm not sure what I'm gonna cost. Like, I like Helix, but Helix has issues. Like some of the things are not there. Some things I like in Vim. Some things I like in VS Code. They are all good. I'm not sure which one is the best. I'm okay. I'm comfortable with all, I think. The only problem is that NeoVim and Helix break the Rust analyzer sometimes. Maybe if I, like, I think it's mostly about changing the dependencies. When you change the dependencies, in Helix at least, you need to restart the Rust analyzer manually. In VS Code, it happens automatically. Not sure about NeoVim with the Rust tools, how it works. Oh, energy sort of down emotionally. This is normal and it happens sometimes. In other words, I'm not really working on it right now. Yeah, it definitely does happen. I think if I was not streaming, I would have like the amount of progress that I mean, we participate in a lot of game jams. But that still is kind of progress, right? Because I have made some projects. Wish there was more progress on like the Linksider and stuff, or at like any other project that is not a game jam. But uh, I mean, No. I have made a lot of progress on the engine this year actually. Some of that has been off stream, but yeah, what was going to say is that the um I think streaming like helped a lot with not being burnout stuff. Um, Orc paint. There you go. Oh wait, you see reloading cargo workspace. So it actually does reload, I guess. Does reload the rust analyzer, probably. Bipolar depression, sometimes I want to do a million things at once and other times less than zero. About right. Interesting. I'm wondering if I have the same thing, but I have not been to a doctor. Use king, prelude, star. Okay. Here's one of the things that is nicer in Vim, for example. If I select a line and then press change, then I already have this indentation. Even Helix, if I change the line, then like I start in the beginning of this string, which line, which is annoying. No. Uh, how do I get help about the arguments of a function? Because if I do hover on this thing, I mean, right now it actually doesn't even work. No signature help available. Hello? With I cannot even hover. Like, what are these two arguments that I'm supposed to have here? Okay, what did I press? Control K inside. Okay. Use leader K. Yeah, I have Control K. Yeah. Oh yeah, just Control K. Um. Okay. We start with having the li arguments immediately. As for sometimes updating when you add a crate to your project, supposedly it will update, but not always, and I don't know why. I haven't had a chance to ask about it. Is TJ the one who created the Rust tools? Why are you supposed to ask TJ? Okay, there you go, there you go, there you go. Context options default. Let's see, options, window, title is going to be fog paint. The creator of telescope. Yeah, but does it have what does it have to do with the Rust specifics things? Doesn't mean that he knows how Rust specific, like what exactly is the plugin that does the reloading of the LSP here? I think it's inside the Rust tools and not like the language server must be reloaded. He would know he uses Rust too. Does he? I thought he was doing TypeScript mostly. Anyway, okay, we have loaded the engine here, right? And we just start the thing here, right? Loop. No. As Lua Okamal and Rust. Okay, nice. Rocked state, maybe. I don't think he does too much, if any types. Alright, maybe I was wrong. Um, Also, like I'm trying to do a hover here, and hover doesn't work apparently when I have an error here. So I have an error in code right now, right? But I should already know what the gang is here, right? Just like these options. I know for a fact that options is the gang context options, right? I have used this, right? Even over here to the right, I have the little hint that this is a variable of type context options, but if I try and hover on it, it is not working. No signature help available. But if I fix this thing, then it's going to start and work again. So if I do, oh wait, no, actually I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But wait, hold on. So how do I figure out the type of a variable then? Because I just hover on it, right? But it says no signature help available. Rust hover actions. Yeah, like how do I do this? Options, context options. Hover actions. I want this thing. Insert explicit type. This is what? This is something else. This is also nice. So there's a Rust hover actions and the Rust. What is hover range? Rust hover range is something that breaks the Rust tools. Attempt to call up value fn nil. All right. So I have code actions here, but this is different than hover actions apparently. Okay, whatever. Let me just try and focus on working on this thing. Like essentially what I want this thing to be is I want to use this during the LD. All right, so LD is going to happen in 2 weeks. I'm going to make a game, and I want to make a game using this tool for my art. That's it. If you have not seen my LD games, I just do paint art usually. That's why I'm making my own paint. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And we have a function draw. So like over here, what is the problem? Unresolved action crate, right? This was a correct mistake. Oh, hold on. It just disappeared. Why did it take so while to disappear? Alright, fine. Okay, config. Background color. config. Okay, let me think. In the release mode, I want this config to be a file, or do I want it to be just an executable with this file embedded? I don't know. Maybe eventually I will make it embedded, but for now, I'm actually going to load it. Okay, it's going to be async.
Squiggly rings.
Rinks Squiggly, how are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. I'm making a new project, which is has to do something with art. Which I want to use for the LD. I'm up early because I was not sleeping today. That's usually why I am up early. And was not sleeping because yesterday I woke up in the evening. That's usually why I don't sleep. No, I just uh, I'm I'm not sleeping for about 15 hours at this point. Not so long. Sleep schedule is broken again. I mean, is it even a broken sleeping schedule if I am breaking it on a schedule basically? Like every week it gets broken and then like no, it's like I have my own schedule that has nothing to do with the the regular time of day, you know. Your days and nights have flipped. Yeah, same. Like it is every day it's like shifting a couple of hours into the future, the beginning of the day and the time I go to sleep. You are not the only one. Okay, config is going to, this is async. This is going to be an await here. All right, config. I'm going to load it. Ging asset manager load. Config. No, this is going to be path on directory. Join config toml. Await unwrap. Okay. Then we need to derive here loading. The load is going to be surdy is toml. Like this. Not gang load, gang asset load. All right. And then I see do it like that. Okay, can you tell me now what is the rationalizer wanting from me? Oh, wait. This is Clippy. This is Clippy warning that I am matching and they want me to do an if let instead, right? Place match with if let. Yeah, I don't want to do that yet. Okay, cargo run. It doesn't work because I did not create the config toml. Okay, so here I'm going to say background color to be 9, something like this. Okay, so here we go. We have an empty window, right? We have an empty window. Very nice. And we also can specify the command line arguments here. So help, we have vsync and alias window width, window height, full screen. Okay. Full screen true. That again. Oh shit, it opens on another monitor. But I mean, technically it is full screen. Not sure why it is on the other monitor though. Okay, so I'm just going to commit this as a initial commit here, right? Initial commit, easy. Okay, there you go. Okay, let's start with the first thing, right? It is going to be a paint application, meaning that I need to draw something. What do I start with? I can start with selecting a color to draw with, so a color picker would be a nice feature to have here. That's the feature that I didn't have in my other paint application. So is that what I start with? I mean, why not? How would it be looking like? How would it be looking like? Take a look at Sprite. We have the palette here, but honestly, I don't like this thing. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that the palette is over here. You know, when I'm working on my art, I want to always look at the center of the screen, which is why I'm going to have the same stuff we did in Linksider, which is going to be the wheel. I'm going to use the wheel for a bunch of things here, including the palette, I think. So I think there's going to be I'm going to make a wheel, and over here I'm going to have the palette, right? But how do I use a specific color onto a palette? I want to still have a color picker, which is going to I almost like want to use the wheels for everything, you know? Like if I press a button, like one of the buttons is going to change the hue of the color. If I'm going to change the other color, is going to change the lightness. If I'm going to change a different button, then like, should I? Is it even like useful to do an RGB? Because I think I just want the hue and the lightness and the saturation. That is easier to work with usually. Like this thing over here in the bottom left. This is literally the hue wheel. And we go up and down. This is the lightness, and left and right is the saturation. I mean, it would give you more options. Hi, Nike Dev. Hello there. What would give me more options? I mean, I can make a lot of different things, but what I'm saying is with flame shot, right click brings up a color. Well, isn't flame shot the tool to do screenshots? Flame shots. Oh, I'm here. Click icon in the tray to take a screenshot. Or click with the right mouse to see more options. Oh shit, hold on. Take screenshot. Hello? Did it take the screenshot? Why is it on the bottom, on the top left, by the way? Configuration. Does it work on Wayland? I don't know. Flame shot, peak, unable to capture screen. Yeah, there you go. I think these things, they don't work on Wayland. Anyway. You have not tried on Wayland? Alright. I think everything is going to be done using a wheel, to be honest. Yeah. Hold on. Let me first have have a color selection. So I in order to select a color, I need three things. I need to select how um like the hue, saturation, and brightness, right? Those are the three things. Let me see. Color. So we have this HSLA. That is probably what we're going to use. Okay. Hold on. So I want to like start with making a generic like wheel, kind of like in the Linksider, but more generic so that I can have more things in there, you know? So wheel is going to be an optional wheel. Let's see. And what is a wheel? We're going to open it in a specific position on the screen, right? Position. This is the position on the screen. And then the items that we have there. We can have the items, or if we're talking about the hue wheel or the saturation wheel, it should not even have like be delimited into the items. It should be just a thing then. Okay. Pum, 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 pum. So I think this means that I have two types of wheels. The wheel with items and the continuous wheel or something, right? Means that I'm going to have an enum wheel type. It's either items or just continuous. How do you pronounce this thing? This? Continuous. And I think inside over here I'm going to have the dynamic trait object. Dynamic continuous wheel. Like boxed. I'm going to have a trait, continuous wheel. What am I going to have here? I'm going to um so okay. Okay. All right. Hold on. I try to think what should the interface be here. I can just say that it should be able to draw itself, function draw. Self. Maybe. Or using the specific position on the screen. Or you know what? I will just have the transform probably. Frame buffer, camera, and transform. Like these three things are, I don't know. Okay, whatever. Is going to have these three things. So this is how I draw a wheel, and also I need to be able to. Hold on, that is not all the things. So this is specifying how to draw, and also I need to know what is the current selection here, right? So hover is going to be an optional angle, right? And then also function select or I don't know, like use, click, something. I don't know. Let's call it select self. Hover is going to be this, and state. So I'm going to mutate the state here when I'm clicking on the wheel. All right. Okay. So let's see. One of the first wheels that I want is to have the hue wheel, right? The hue wheel. It is going to change the hue of the current. It will change the hue of the brush that I'm drawing with, right? So when I'm drawing this thing, I am thinking that I should have a. Okay. Hold on. State big. Okay, hold on. I want to have another thing which is going to be called context, which is storing all the global things basically, which means that I'm going to have the configuration here. I'm going to have the engine here. I'm going to have some other things. Probably I will have okay, let me see, shaders. I will need to have some shaders here. I'm just going to have context here instead, and this is the actual state here, the color and the wheel that I'm currently interacting with. New. So in order to create this, I need to context instead. Context info struct context. Okay. 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 Context. Yeah, let's rename it to CTX, whatever. Hold on, how do I rename something? RN. Okay. Let me have module here. Module context. Create module CTX RS. This go inside the context. There. All the global thing. So it's going to have the configuration. And the config also. What the fuck, new project? Because I just want to have a little bit of fun instead of trying to think about what should I do for Linksider. And I want to make the basically, in short, The thing that I'm trying to make here is a way for me to do art for my Ludum Dare game that I'm going to make in 2 weeks. All right. So this is preparing for the LD. So that I can make my paint art easier. You know, like delete all of the features of the paint that I was using, or delete all the features of the Aseprite that I don't need. Only have those that I need, and some more things that are not in Aseprite in paint. Add more limitation for more creativity. Yeah. Did I make that one infinite canvas? Yeah. But yeah, I like that one with the infinite. I think I will have infinite canvas here, pretty sure. But it's going to be a little different. Also, that thing with the infinite canvas was like I was trying to make multiplayer the main feature of it. I'm not going to care about this. Although if when making this, it's like going to be easy to potentially edit in the future, I will keep that in mind, but I'm not going to make it like collaborative paint tool first, but maybe later. We'll see. But probably not, because I'm lazy and I never finish my projects. I only start them. Back in the 80s, I made a sprite editor for your C64. What is C64? Okay, so this must be public, and then this must be public, this and this must be public, this must be public, and this must be public, and this must be public. Everything must be public. All right. Okay. All right. Then let's have another mod wheel. I will split everything into the modules immediately, I think. Wheel. This is a generic definition of the wheel, which is going to be the continuous wheel. Right? As we have figured out, we will need 2 types of wheels. The wheel with a list of items, which is going to be another trait, and the continuous wheel, which I'm going to use for the hue selection. Commodore 64. Nice. I never had. I think the first time I tried using a PC, it was Windows. These things, they did not work on Windows, right? Or is this... What is this operating system there? Hold on. Is this actually Windows? There's some icons on the desktop there. This looks more like just DOS. It's an 8-bit home computer. Windows didn't exist. Yeah, probably didn't. When was Windows first released? No idea. Okay, use wheel star. There you go. Okay, continuous wheel is inside the wheel over here. This must be public, and then 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 this must be public. Everything must be public. Okay, so we have the hue wheel. That's the only wheel that I want, right? The drawn, the config, yeah, over here we just say context config background color. Instead, here we say that. Put code in basic and assembly. Nice. State new. Over here I say ctx new using Ging. It is going to be. How do I extract something into a variable? Telescope commands. No range allowed. Is there like extract rust? Rust hover actions? No range allowed. Okay. You cannot extract into a variable. See, VS Code is better. VS Code can extract this into a variable. Yeah, like code action is supposed to be working on a selection, but it says no range is allowed. Okay, the gray screen is still there. I am really slow. Like I need to try and remember how to be fast about things, because that is not the speed that is going to be okay for the LD. Okay, so I want to trigger this tool by a by a hotkey, basically, right? So if we say something like key press, right? If we press the key, let's match the key here, right? If we press the key to change the hue, which is probably going to be H, right? To change the hue, then we say something like our wheel is some wheel, the position. Hold on, let me do this. Self trigger wheel. I don't know, start wheel maybe. Start wheel. And the type is going to be wheel type. Continuous. And over here we say box new. You will. New. Right? So I'm creating the hue wheel and starting it. Function start wheel. Type wheel type. Self wheel is some wheel position, and so the position is going to be whatever. Let's have it always at the center of the screen, which is going to be 0, 0. But maybe later I do it just like in the link slider. Okay, so hue wheel needs to be created. I will need a reference to the context here for sure, in order to be able to draw myself. Okay. All right. So I'm setting up the wheel, right? How do we interact with it? When we draw, we say if we have a wheel here, then wheel. I guess I'm going to match wheel type. If the items to do continuous. Over here, I say this draw. Buffer. Self. So this is going to be a UI camera. And then transform is going to be translate. Oh, okay. Now what's just transform? And the last thing is the hover. Hover. Okay. Let's see. Hover 0 to 2. And we say that transform is translate late to the wheel position multiplied by scale uniform self context wheel big wheel size. I think something like that. Okay, so we specify the size of the wheel here, but the UI is going to have an FOV of I don't know. I usually say that it is 10. Let's say that it is 10. So then the wheel should take like a third of a screen maybe. The size of the wheel is going to be 3. Okay, we're going to have the... Oh, hover is an optional angle. Yeah. Let me say that it is none here, for example, for now. And then we need the UI camera. And we need the UI camera. Let me see. I will have the UI camera here. The camera 2D, I guess. UI camera. Camera 2D. Center. 0. Rotation. 0. FOV is going to be context config UI FOV. All right. Consider borrowing here. Yeah, that is true. I need to borrow here. Okay, so now I think I can open the wheel and I also can start drawing it. But for now, obviously I'm going to panic because the drawing is not implemented for the hue wheel yet, right? So this is not yet implemented. Line 33. Okay, here's a question that for you, Code Monkey, in NeoVim or whatever you're using, right? How do I go to the position of my panic, right? Do you need to literally remember this? So this is source main 33. So I need to go into main, the file, and then to line 33. But I need to remember what line it was, and it's not always that easy to remember, you know? In VS Code, I just click, and then I just go there. For my warnings, I can go between using the travel NeoVim, but for my panic, I'm not sure if I can. Markers will do that for you. But how am I? Hold on, what is markers? The plugin? The plugin? But how, like, all right, do you launch your application from inside Vim though? Because I have the integrated terminal inside my Vim here, right? But I think usually what people do, you just move your Vim into the background, and then over here do cargo run, right? So like I can, there's no such thing as like clicking on it anyway. You literally need to remember, I think. And with Helix is the same, because in Helix there is no integrated terminal at all. So yeah, what is going to create the marker? From outside of the application. It's key, so I have terminal open under my editor terminal. Yes. So like you always see it, right? But that's exactly the thing that I don't like. You are writing something on one thing, but you need to look into the other thing. Which means that it's like the same problem as like moving your hand between the HJKL, between your keyboard and your mouse, right? It is a far distance, but I have more problem with the eye movement, you know? If I need to move my eyes from one place and then to the other place, uh, it is very tiring, you know? And also trying to remember stuff when moving my eyes from one place to the other. I want to be focused on one place. Can't remember, but it's a key combo. Wait, so you don't remember anything, right? There's a key combo to do what? To a marker? How does it work though? Like if I have another terminal here to the right, for example, right? And I have a panic here. A marker. Vim markers. Using mark. Theme markers. This thing. Theme support bookmark feature. I mean, we can create a bookmark and jump into the bookmark, right? But who is going to create the bookmark? So some outside application, right? When I panic, what Kitty, like the terminal, is supposed to create the mark from outside of the Vim? Like, how is that supposed to happen? I don't understand. I know that I can create a bookmark manually. What do you mean it's built in? But the terminal is not built in, right? Help marker. Bold create marker. This the one? No. Markers are a different thing, I'm pretty sure. It is just for me to go back to the specific position fast. You can execute code from a buffer. Yeah, and it's like supposed to parse that and automatically see all the markers that are there or something. Is that? So like it's only going to work if you execute code from inside. Like this, right? Using the question mark. Maybe. I'll go run. You can open tabs, windows, etc. And yeah. Like over here, this is a floating window with the terminal. That's what I use. But even if I have it here, like it doesn't help me. Like I cannot go to this position anyway. I mean, I can select this. I can select this over here, right? But how do I go to this position that I select, for example? Also no idea. I am not using all the features of VS Code either. Okay, whatever. But it seems like this is one of the most common things that you are doing is panicking. Or maybe you don't write the code that panics, and maybe it's just me who writes such code with to-dos here. Forgets about them. Maybe it's not a problem for you to remember the line number. Okay, so in order to draw the this wheel, I'm going to do a shader. Shaders, and shaders, HSV wheel, VLSL. Okay. We are going to have the vertex shader, fragment shader. I also have the edge open and run code from a terminal in Kitty. I'm lazy like that. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same as having this one, though. What do you mean you're lazy as that? Okay, sure. It doesn't matter if the terminal is is Kitty or the integrated terminal or integrated terminal in VS Code. It doesn't matter, right? Because the question is, how do you go to the panic location? You just remember the line. That's what you're doing, I'm assuming. Wait, can I even do this in GLSL? XYW? I'm not sure. There's a way to jump to errors too in NeoVim. Yeah, I do know. It's literally called this trouble NeoVim. I can jump between the warnings and between the errors. But errors and warnings and panics are different things because panic is happening in the runtime and warnings and errors, the compilation errors, are reported to you by Rust Analyzer. Panic is not going to be reported to you by Rust Analyzer. It's going to be reported when you run the program. Okay, so all right. Okay, over here, I'm going to use A10 have the V pause, right? And this is going to be the angle, right? And then I'm going to say hue is hue is angle divided by 2p's, right? And then I'm going to say that drag color is HSLA. Hue, saturation, lightness. This. And I need to create this function HSLA, obviously. Okay, so this is the first shader that I'm going to create. HS hue will Okay, so this is not going to be loaded because this shader is not going to compile properly. So no function named A10 angle was used and uninitialized. No function named HSLA. Wait, A10 is not in GLSL. GLSL A10. What is this loading screen? Why is everything loading? Is my internet even working? Pretty sure my internet is working. Okay, we have A10. YX. It's not this. It's just A10. YX, right? Then we need the HSLA. Which means what? So I have this function in Rust, but in a shader, I do not. Do I need to convert that into a shader? Mm. Okay. Well, there you go. The function. Zero. Right. What? Oh, I see. I'm pressing C. C means change, and then I'm pressing enter, and it changes the entire line. But yeah, in Helix it would just be changing selected character. Yeah, I'm sometimes confusing the keybinds in Vim and Helix now. Okay, this actually needs H. Right? Sounds like it should have been a define there. That lambda that I have changed. Hmm. Syntax error. Expecting comma. Oh shit. Okay. Where is the syntax error now here? What? Oh, it's a let. Of course it's a let. Trying to write like it's Rust there. K redeclared. Okay, you cannot redeclare this. All right, there you go. Okay, so the shader has compiled. Now that the shader has compiled, I can try using it. Right? I try using it to draw the wheel. So what is it going to be? When I am drawing here, it's going to be ugly draw buffer, and program is going to be context shaders you will, and then we have pro mode, just a triangle pen, and then going to have the vertices text quad. Need to create a quad. Uniforms going to be camera G, camera uniforms for the frame buffer size. And also transform and also inner radius. This, and that, and then the next thing is going to be the draw parameters. Any blending that I want to do here? I'm not sure. I think I can just do the default. Okay, so then we need to create the quad. Quad. Quad vertex. See? Quad vertex. Just this. All right. There you go. There you go. Is it going to work though? Let's see. What is it going to even look like? So I'm pressing H, and this brings me the hue wheel. All right, it doesn't look like a wheel because I'm drawing a quad, right? But the inside of the wheel I have successfully deleted, right? And now I just need to delete the outer. Let me do this. As this is more than one, then I also discard. And then it's going to be actually a wheel. Like this. Easy, right? This is going to be the wheel. I'm opening it with a keystroke. So then I'm going to interact with this thing by just clicking on a specific position, right? I can also have some interactivity here, like when I'm moving my mouse, will in the middle show the actual color that is going to be selected, probably, right? And then when I click, it's going to close the wheel and instead change the actual color that I'm drawing with. Yeah. Yeah. Wheel. All right. Let's see. Draw. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. So I'm going to start with some like base color here, right? Base Nautilus. Hello, hello. All right. Okay. Okay, all right. So now that I know my like current color of my brush, I can um so I'm modifying only the hue right now using this wheel. So the hue is going to be shown like bright, right? But when I'm hold on, let me show this. So actual color. So actual color that we're going to have selected, right, is going to be HLSA from self base. But the hue is what we're changing. The hue is going to change into new hue. Making a paint tool, I was trying to get pressure sensitive pen support. Pressure sensitive pen support. It's going like when I'm saying paint, I'm saying MS Paint like. Here's what I'm going to draw. Like I'm making a tool that I'm going to use to make the LD, right? So I'm going to draw my art for my LD game, something like this. Like I'm literally going to draw like this, all right? That's it. That's the only tool that I need. The brush that does this, all right? And then I also need to select the color. Maybe also the fill tool, but technically not really. Get this through STL2, but not win it. I don't remember, but I think no. There was some API in Winit that had to do with pressure. Pressure pen can still help that art style. Use it for brush size. Yeah, I guess. But technically, like no, for my style that I'm trying to go for, my brush size should be the same. It must be always the same. But yeah, I mean, potentially this can be expanded for other people to use, so that maybe not only for me, but I'm just starting it. Nothing is there yet. Don't forget to include erase layers would be good if you have time to implement. Oh, I mean, I'm doing it very slowly, right? I hope that I'm going to start moving faster at some point. Yeah, because otherwise the game for LD is not going to happen at all. But yeah, I do have a plan. I do have a plan. Yes, maybe later you might open source it and interested parties could edit. It is already open source. I'm just beginning it though. They did the initial commit so far. Right now I'm implementing the color chooser, and the color chooser is going to work differently as in other applications. I'm using the tool wheel. If you have seen me working on the Linksider, I'm going to make all the menus here a wheel, basically. So choosing the color is going to be a wheel. A wheel of hue right now is what I have implemented. And then it's going to be a different wheel for changing the saturation and the lightness and choosing the tool and things like that. All right. A palette wheel. Everything is going to be a wheel, basically. That's what I'm starting with. Making a wheel. I don't even have any texture that I'm drawing yet. First, I'm going to make the color chooser, and then I'm going to start drawing. So new hue is the new hue. Let's see. Let new hue is match hover. If it is some angle, then self color at angle. Just remember, since you mentioned MS Paint at the start of the stream, you can run that in Wine. Yeah. Yeah. But also, it is fun to make this project. Also, I have a feature that I want to add, but I'm not going to talk about that until I have the base, alright? I want to have a very specific feature that is going to allow me to do very specific things that is not there in Paint and is not in any other applications. Hello, Selman. Cell, right? Hi. Making Kuvi Paint? Yeah. Kuvi Paint indeed. You guys were wondering why am I doing this? I'm going for this style. Let me show you this. Magic Bean Music. This is the style that I'm going for. That's how I draw my art in Paint. This is beautiful, right? How we do it. It's just so that I spend as little time as possible to make a game. We need the art to be simple. Which is why we're going for that style. But I want to make it a little more complex, which is why I'm making this tool. It's going to have a secret feature that I have not talked about yet. We'll see if I end up implementing it today or not. Magic Bean Music. What do you mean Magic Bean Music? You want me to turn the music on? Usually stream without music. And the secret feature is the Magic Bean Music. No. That's it's not going to be music. It's not going to be farting there. No. I mean, we can add it as an additional secret feature, but the secret feature that I am talking about is does have nothing to do with the sounds and the smell. Okay. Function color at angle. You know what? Done. Self color at angle hover map or self base angle color at angle like this, right? This is what I want. Uniform is not implemented here yet. Into I hate this in Rust that you cannot do an into and then specify the type, right? Like what? How are you supposed to write this? Short. You instead do the from. Turbofish. You cannot do the turbofish because the type the generic is not on the method itself, it's on the trait into, right? Which means that instead of it being used as a dot notation here in the end, so the turbofish needs to be in over here in the beginning. It's going to be just like the using the from method, but over here it's going to be into and then turbofish of RGBA and then into. So okay, the new hue that we're going to select here is going to be angle radiance. No. Yes. Divided by 2 P's. That's it. Right? What if it's negative though? Hold on. I want a value from 0 to 1 here. How do you get a value from 0 to 1 from a float? So like the fractional part, but for negatives. What is the Rust Analyzer doing right now? What is the Rust Analyzer doing right now? Why is it building proc macros from scratch? It's happening again. It's happening again. There you go. I think I just went into the engine and it launched a different version of the Rust Analyzer. Like, why? This never happens in VS Code. Classic. Like, that is why I'm not using the Vim. How many Rust Analyzers do I have right now? Only one. But why is it building the proc macros? Just because I went into the definition, right? And now I'm building C++ because of that. Because it's building the all of that stuff. Weird. Why does it never happen in VS Code for me? Or maybe it happens, I just don't notice. Okay, technically it doesn't, it isn't broken yet, right? My stuff here, it still works, right? At some point though, in Vim, when I was doing it previously, it also actually like broke everything. What about my memory? Is my memory going up? Why am I allocated 20 gigs if I'm working in Vim? Isn't this supposed to be like better than Electron and using less RAM? Whatever. 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 So how are you supposed to do this? If we use the fract method on the floating point, this returns the fractional part, which is negative for negative numbers. But how do I make the positive? I want something like the RAM with this one, right? But I want to divide by 1 here always, so that I have a value from 0 to 1. Mhm. X minus x floor, like this. Is this operation not in any methods? Okay, the actual color is going to be just drawn in the middle of our wheel here. So over here inside the inner radius, instead of discarding, it's going to be actual color. Although right now it is black, obviously, and it's always going to be black. Let me start. Let me start with I mean, black is a good color, but saturation 3.5, like this, because I cannot configure my brightness saturation yet. All right, so there you go. There you go. And now I need to figure out what is the color, what is the angle of hovering. Because right now, I'm just saying that I'm hovering over nothing, right? Let me instead figure out. I need to know what is my current... Okay, self UI camera. We do screen to world. Frame buffer size, and the position is going to be... the cursor position. This returns an optional thing. All right. Yes, and then world position. Okay. This is the position, and then we say... yeah, we're calculating the hover here specifically. Hover. So delta is going to be position minus wheel position, right? And then we say delta argument. This is returning the angle, basically. But I'm going to say that if delta length, I'm going to return some here, but if delta length is divided by context config will size is less than context config will inner radius, then we return a none here. This means that the wheel can only be interacted with if we are not inside the inner like circle of it, right? So now I should be able to move my mouse around, and we should be selecting the actual hue of the color here. So this is our color wheel, right? I'm moving my mouse. If I'm inside the wheel, this basically means that we're still using the old color, which is red by default here, and otherwise I can select any color here that I want. Okay, there you go. So this is the color wheel. This is the color wheel, and I want it to be also interacted with, right? So how do I run Nix packages for Matter? If I'm when I'm in VS Code, I think I installed some plugin and that was running Nix packages FMT manually. You can also do Nix FMT like this if you have inside your Flake the formatter set. You do it from the command line. Or you can use Nix packages FMT directly, right? Sorry for interrupting. It's okay. It's okay. Not really interrupting me or anything. So I implemented the wheel, and now I want to. I mean, I can open the wheel, but I cannot close the wheel yet, right? So in order to close it, I need to click. Clicking the left click means selecting the color. Clicking right click is just closing the wheel. Is what I want it to be. Like independent of what kind of wheel I'm currently doing. So event mouse press. So if I'm pressing the left mouse button, hold on. Calculate hover for the wheel. I want to extract this thing into a method. Calculate hover. Optional angle. I need a fucking frame buffer. Okay. So over here, when I'm pressing the left mouse button, I'm going to say that if some wheel is self wheel hover, self calculate hover for the wheel, right? Also, I guess if flat. Actually, I'm going to delete the wheel anyway, so I'm going to take it here, right? If hover this here, I'm also going to match wheel type. Continues. Select, hover. State is so like this, right? Consider mutably borrowing here. Sure. Okay, so there you go. Now I'm going to implement this thing. Select at the angle, so we say literally that state color is going to be equal self color at hover angle, and simple as that. All right. And also while I'm at it here, if we are doing the mouse press where button is the right mouse button, then I'm just doing self wheel is none. So I like just close the wheel is what this means, right? So here's our first tool in this program, which is going to be the color wheel. So I'm choosing the hue. I'm clicking over here on the yellow color, and my color is now yellow. So if I open this wheel again, it's going to show the yellow. All right. If I'm choosing this pink, it's going to be pink. All right. So it actually, yeah, and also I can do right click to just close it. Okay. So yeah, just like that. That's the first thing, and then like all the wheels are so we can have two types of wheels, right? The continuous wheel and the items wheel. Items, we're going to have that later, but let me just commit what I have here. This is going to be hue color wheel. We can only change the hue now. In order to have the full selection of the colors, we need to have a private type state in public interface. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I just need a different just like the hue wheel, we need to have the saturation and the lightness wheels, right? They are going to be very similar to each other, but do I just copy paste? No, I don't just copy paste, right? I do not just copy paste. So let me rename this into from a hue wheel. It's going to be a color wheel. It's going to be a color wheel, but we are going to have the modifier function, which is going to be a boxed function. So that it is generic. base and f is going to be impl fn select you. There you go. There you go. F, and I'm going to just box it here. All right. So color add is going to be basically over here. This is what the x is, and then we just call self f with self base and x. There you go. Right? Right. And then also, how do I specify this in my shader though? It looks like I will still need to do this in the shaders. Specify. Well, I mean, I guess I'm just you know what? What? So I want to change this function over here. What color do I draw? Right? That's it. Okay, fine. I want to copy this into color wheel. All right. And then the hue wheel is going to let's see. So basically I'm just going to do this. I'm going to say include color wheel because hue wheel is a color wheel, right? And in the fragment shader, I'm just going to say that color okay back for wheel color at float x needs to be like this, right? So for the hue wheel, it is the hue. That is it. Be simple. And the color wheel is going to say over here in main, it's going to say wheel color at this x. This is the x, right? Then we just say somewhere here, vec4 wheel color float x. This. So this is the declaration of the function. The definition is going to be here. Okay. So right now this is not going to work. Okay, so over here, the H is the hue. So we have color and new hue, right? Over here, we return H color, like this, right? A fan might not be live long enough. Okay, this is a static function. Okay, so this is not going to compile the shader because the include is not going to work, right? Color will not found in the shader library, right? Because that's really working like that. I need to load it. Let me see. Again, shader library. Add. I cannot do that. Oh wait, hold on. I have a borrow mute. Hold on. What is a shader library? I cannot go to a definition here. Okay, there you go. My theme is broken. Rust analyzer negative 32,603. Request handler panicked. Index out of bounds. Hold on, it actually worked eventually, but the indexing out of bounds still happened. Okay, I guess I will just not derive it here. I think. I will just do it manually. Okay, hold on. So first of all, we need to load in the libraries, right? Shader library is gang shader library new empty. That's what I want. Want new. Like this. I'm going to compile here. This source that I'm going to load. Manager load. Path join. You will. LSL. Wait, question mark. I guess over here we also have question mark. Okay. We're loading a string, having a reference to that. Okay. Yeah, this should work. This should work, and then we also do shader library add color wheel. The source is color wheel VLSL. Okay, so this should work now. I think it should be exactly the same, but now I have this library that I can include in my other shaders, right? Works exactly the same. Okay, and now we have the Q wheel, right? And I'm going to also have the saturation wheel, right? Saturation is just going to, instead, Q is going to be actual color. HSLA. Them in both. Okay, over here we say X. Full color. This is actually going to be better. Okay, and for the lightness, it's going to be X, Y, and X. Go. Okay, so we have all the three wheels now, all the three shaders here. They should work, and I just need to bind all the keys here, right? That's it. Okay, so we have hue, saturation, and lightness. Saturation, and lightness, right? Okay. And now we also want to specify the shader to use here, right? Yes. Shader. C. Program. Which means that this reference counted. So instead of using the hue will always, it's going to be the program that we specify. So yeah, for the hue wheel, it's going to be the hue wheel shader, right? And for this, it's going to be the saturation wheel shader, and for this is going to be the lightness wheel. All right, this should work, I think. We have the ability to choose any color we want now. Now we can go into actual drawing stuff. So hue, everything is black. Fog. Fog, why is everything black? Lightness. Saturation. Oh, I mean, looks like the color in the middle at least is working. Yes, the shader is wrong. Yeah, the shader is definitely wrong, but why is it wrong though? Hold on. Oh, actual color is HSLA. I never have specified this in my over here. We have the actual color. I also want actual color HSLA too, so that I can. This is going to be the fill color. Right? Okay, I see. Fine, we will just do an vec4 H S O. Ugly, but whatever. Okay, should be working good now. Okay, here's the hue wheel. Here's the lightness wheel. Okay, I think also for these wheels, it looks weird because the bottom part is completely black here. So why? The hue wheel looks actually good and correct. The lightness wheel looks wrong. No, it does not look wrong. The top part looks correct. The bottom part doesn't. I guess I know exactly what it is. Hold on. I know exactly what it is. The color wheel over here, the angle. I need to do the same. I need to do the same. X is X minus floor X. There you go. Okay, hue is working. And then we want to change the lightness. Okay, there you go, there you go, there you go. And then we can have change the saturation too. All right, there you go. There you go. All right, nice. Sudden morning stream. Yeah, I'm making my own paint, nerd soul. What do you think about that? So far we have been doing it for 2.5 hours. Unfortunately, it's a little slow for me, I think, but I have the color chooser now. Is it MMO? Not yet, not yet. I'm going to have it in mind, but I don't think it's going to be the first teacher that I add, unlike my previous attempt at making my own paint. Yeah, it's not going to be initially the MMO. It will be eventually, though maybe if you make a pull request. All right. Okay, so this is all the color wheels. All the color wheels. Fog. Okay. So now that we can choose the color, it is time for us to start actually drawing, right? Start actually drawing. So, I need to do what? I need to create a texture. Let's see. Hold on. Before I do that, actually, let me create color rs and move these things. The color wheel should be moved. I mean, this is very small stuff still. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. To do code action. Replace match with if let. Oh, okay. Hold on. Supposed to select this and press enter. Replace. Okay. Okay. So now everything about the color is then that file. All right. Um, color module. Nice. Okay, now we need to start drawing, right? So whenever I am doing the left mouse button, I need to this needs to be happening, right? This needs to be happening on the screen, right? I will not. Yeah, then later I will also make the camera controls. Okay, which means that I need to create a texture first. Okay, and to create a texture, let's see. Tech. Done. I think it's better if you, instead of creating a file, I just do mod texture, right? And then I just do the code action to create the module texture arrest, right? This is better. Okay, so I'm going to have a texture. That's how you do it. I guess I never thought about it. I was always creating the file first and then adding the module declaration like manually, which also like made the rationalizer always complain because I create the file first that the file is not inside the project or something like that. Yeah, this is better definitely. Okay, so we have the texture. The texture. Should it be the texture? Should I call it the canvas? Should it be the texture? So like what I want to have as an infinite canvas, just like I had in the other one. It is going to be infinite. Texture. All right. Okay. Okay, all right. I'm not sure what we're going to have inside here, but what do we want in terms of the API here, right? I want, like, basically all the operation that I want for now is just rendering it, right? Draw. Using the camera. Mm-hmm. I guess that is it. That is all that is needed. So yeah, I need to be able to draw it. And then also I need to be able to modify it, right? Also, I need to be able to modify it. So the modification should be pretty simple. I should just be drawing what? A line? What is the primitive that I have in this? Should I modify the pixels directly or use the GPU here? I think modify the pixels directly should be simpler. Technical. You wanted to make a drawing app, but I have no idea about the shader stuff. You don't need shaders to do that. I'm going to use shaders because I'm doing everything with shaders. You don't need a shader for it though. You can just have like use the image crate, for example. And then there are some other crates that allow you to just draw pixels on the screen by specifying the color of each pixel. The fact that I have the shaders means that I can do hardware acceleration, but that's not needed technically. I'm just wondering what should be my API for changing it, because I don't want to give you the like direct access to the underlying buffer, because the like it's going to be the implementation detail, right? And the canvas should be potentially infinite. So like one of the things that I could have is specify all the operations that I am doing, like draw a line here, right? I want like, but maybe it should be Nikola Christoph. Oh. I mean, sure. Let's just do draw a line, right? Why not? Why not? Let's do draw a line. So mute self, position 1. Going to be able to specify it in floating point numbers, I guess. Position 2 also is floating point numbers. And the width is this, right? So just draw a line with a specified width. All right. Trying to fix my sleep by not sleeping, lol. I literally did the same shit today. Like I usually don't stream this early because I'm sleeping usually at this point at this time of day. But I was fixing my sleeping schedule. So here we go. That's why I'm streaming right now. I knew I was not the only one who does that. Um Okay, let's see. Let's see. What do I have so like okay, texture. Let me have the texture. Self texture. Let's see. Sub image. Sub image is one of the things that I could do. Also, sometimes I need to expand the image here if I'm drawing outside. Okay. Okay. You know what we should do? What we should do is, first of all, we need to have this internal method, which means ensure size, ensure bounds, which is going to be an axis aligned bounding box of integers, actually, right? Because it is going to be a pixelated texture, right? So I want to have the current bounding box here, right? Also, another API should be the new, right? I guess technically I just need the ugly here. I heard Rust Foundation will charge devs for 69 for every install. I heard there was some shit about Unity. No? Unity news. No, you are not using Unity. Well, Unity reveals plans to charge per game install. So if you are making a game in Unity, that's why we, Coffee Lava, me and you, the people who make their own game engines, are not going to suffer. But look at these news. If you are making your game with an existing engine, you're going to need to pay them. I think is the news, right? Pay 15 cents. Oh, after crossing the 1 million line. Okay, I'm doing OpenGL here in Rust. Although this ugly thing is my abstraction on top of OpenGL, but it is almost plain OpenGL here. I'm making my own paint program right now so that I can make my amazing paint art in my own program. So far I have only made the color wheel. So like I really like uh the wheels lately. So in order to select the color, I'm going to use the color wheel like this. And all the other tools are also going to be the wheels. Rewrite Aseprite in Rust. I don't need the entire Aseprite. I don't need the entirety of Photoshop. Like, the way I draw my stuff is literally like this. I need a brush, which is the shape of a circle like this over here. And I want to just draw like that, you know? And that's it. And select the colors. That's all I need, you know? That's all I need. That's all I need. And you write like all the art tools in Rust. I'm what I want is actually this thing to happen. I already showed it before, right? But a graphite arrest. So this is basically the vector arts rewritten in Rust. So like Adobe Illustrator or Inkscape. This is not ready yet though, I think. But it looks pretty cool. But I don't want to have this for my game jam stuff. All I want is just to be able to draw pixels with a bold pixel brush. Trying to resist paint procedural knows modeler started 1 and 2 already. I've written 3D models in C++ in the past. Okay, so I'm going to have the infinite texture here. This is literally the infinite texture. And it is going to be like a vector, right? Like a vec. It is going to be able to grow infinitely, basically. So ensure bounds is similar like vec reserve or something, right? I think. So yeah. Yeah. So we basically need to merge the ensure bounds. Do we have a method to have a union of the bounding boxes or no? We have intersection with the other stuff, but I don't think we have the union. Maybe grow bounds. I'm not sure. Like I want this specific place to be like I want the texture to cover this specific place. Right? Okay, so basically over here, I'm uniting the two bounding boxes. What is ugly is that I think of it my own. Yeah. It is it is called the Universal Graphic Library Interface. It's my abstraction on top of OpenGL. So this is the OpenGL texture under the hood. So yeah, when I'm creating it, it's literally like GL create texture, GL bind texture, text parameters and shit. So I work with OpenGL or WebGL if I'm targeting the web. I'm working with pretty old OpenGL so that it works everywhere. Okay, so this is the new bounding box, right? Let's see. That new bounding box is this, right? And then we say if self bounding box, current bounding box is, if it's not equal to the new bounding box, then we need to update basically, and we need to allocate a new texture, and we need to copy the old texture into the new texture, and yeah, shit like that, right? So I'm going to have the new texture. Hello there. Hello, hello. New texture is new uninitialized texture. Lol. That I need to have a reference here to the OpenGL context here. Size. So the new size is going to be the new bounding box size. And so yeah, I have allocated the new texture, and then we need to start rendering into that texture to copy the previous one. I think I need the entire context here, to be honest. Yeah, we'll need some shaders here. I will probably need some shaders here to draw a line. If I do this on the GPU. Okay, so we need to render into a texture. Which means that we need to set up the frame buffer for rendering into a texture. Like that. And we clear this thing with transparent black color, I guess. So that means that the texture is going to be transparent by default, and we just need to copy over the old texture. So to copy over the old texture, we just need to know where it should be copied. Is there actually a method, OpenGL copy GL copy texture? I think I can just support that stuff. No? GL. See in the WebGL. Text sub image 2D. No. About copy. Copy text sub image 2D. Copy text image. Copies pixels from the current frame buffer into a 2D texture image. Okay. All right. XY width height. Corner of the lower left corner where to start copying. Width of the texture. Height of the texture. Okay, so it should be a sub image to D. We'll specify the offset. Horizontal offset within the texture image. Width of the texture, height of the texture. Where to start copying. I need to support that API though. Okay, I'm tired of this Vim shit. I'm opening VS Code. Because I don't know, working with multiple projects at the same time in Vim, that is annoying. But in VS Code, I can just add folder to workspace. Look, this is easy. This is impossible to do. Okay, also I need to have a cargo config. Specify the patches. Patch rates. No, patch. VS Code and Photos have. Well, VS Code has features that Vim doesn't have. Like this multiple workspaces. So I need to have a patch here so that I'm using the engine. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to patch. I'm just going to temporarily replace this dependency from using Git into using the path dependency. Path is somewhere over there, right? Fail to run custom build command for. All right, okay. Could not find system library ALSA. Wait, really? What do you mean? Mean. What? Going to update. Workspaces. Apply to manage workspaces directories in NeoVim. Workspace add, workspace open. Yes. This is changing your workspace, but not doesn't allow you to have both workspaces open at the same time. I need to back to NeoVim. No, this does not allow you to have multiple workspaces opened at the same time. Closes the previous one, I think. can do whatever you want. Yeah. If I want to work in VS Code, I can work in VS Code. The next time I switch editor is going to be Helix and not NeoVim. Alright? After I do this little patch, we go to Helix. Okay. Okay, so now we go here. We go into the ugly. Ugly. You can work in VS Code, but if you're going to say it has features Vim doesn't, use true examples. Well, you are saying this is not a true example. Maybe you should tell me how to work with multiple workspaces at the same time, because that plugin that was linked, I'm pretty sure I looked at this before, and it allows you to switch, like basically like you can favorite your projects and switch between them fast, but it's not the same as working on multiple at the same. The same. Another feature is multiple cursors, and yes, you can tell me that in NeoVim you have a plugin that allows you to have multiple cursors, but have you actually tried using that? Because I have tried, and it works like shit. But in VS Code it's easy, and it works actually. Do you know what they say about people who use Helix? What do they say? You don't like Helix? Okay, where should this be though? Hold on. So frame buffer, and I copy it to a texture, right? Is that it? So it's going to be function copy texture. Copy to texture, right? Copy to texture. So I'm going to copy a part of the frame buffer into a texture, right? That is the API that OpenGL provides us. So into a texture. Does NeoVim have that cursor effect? No, I don't think so. Actually, it does. It does. If I open NeoVide, it is not the same effect, I guess, but it is kind of an effect still. Like I can have a little bit of the animation here on the cursor. No screen shaking though, unfortunately. So yeah. There are plugins for multiple cursors, but I can't claim they don't suck because I don't use them and I don't want them. So you use macros instead. Macros suck. I know how to do macros in Vim, and multiple cursors are much easier to use, in my opinion. Texture. Okay. So when we copy from a frame buffer into a texture, we need to specify the rect, right? the offset. Okay, so the rectangle that we're copying, and where are we copying it? Okay. So source rect is going to be unbound and a rectangle inside the frame buffer, right? And we're copying into the texture destination position is going to be just the position like this. I really need macros. Usually I'm doing something on multiple lines. I'm using a command, you possibly in visual mode. Okay, or you're doing like the same. For example, if I have over here a struct, right, and I want over here to add public to the beginning of every single line, right? You see how easily and quickly I did that? It's not super hard to do in Vim, right? You just do like here pub, and then you go down, and then you say repeat, and then you say down, and then you say repeat, right? By pressing a dot. That's a very simple example. That there are examples that are like harder than that. If I want to like take all of these lines and surround this in a bracket, or like do something like a vec here instead, right? You can do that in Vim, but it is going to be much slower, I'm pretty sure, than using the multiple cursors. Okay. Duplicate definitions with name copy to texture. Wait, what? What do you mean duplicate definition? We already have hold on. We already have copy to texture? I already had this API before? I literally already have it. I have already implemented this before. Okay, we can close VS Code now. Alright. I was trying to implement something that I already did before. Okay. Okay, there you go. Now we open Helix. Okay. We can uncomment this back. I was just about to unfollow myself, bro. Alright. Fun fact, Helix actually has the multiple cursors, but I'm not using Helix for, like, I almost, like, tried it for a couple of days. So, yeah. Don't really... I'm not really a Helix pro yet. Okay. So what did I want to use that for? I was working on the texture, right? The infinite texture. We were ensuring the bounds over here. I basically I'm clearing, and then I want to have another. I want to copy the previous texture, which means that I need to have the frame buffer read. Okay, so we basically are going to copy over the old texture. Frame buffer, copy to texture. Okay, so the texture that I'm going to copy to is going to be the new texture, right? Then the source rect is going to be actually the full rectangle. And then copying it to would be the new bounding box bottom left minus the no, hold on, the old bounding box bottom left minus the new bounding box bottom left, just like that. There are several ways to do what you're talking about, so I am sure one of the times it's more intuitive to have multiple cursors is if that's what you're used to, but over time you learn more and more, which makes you faster and faster. I have been using Vim for several years before, and the fastest way that I have learned to do that was using the macros. So like you record something with QQ very quickly, you do that stuff, and then you repeat it on multiple lines. But that is not like no. It just doesn't feel that nice. Okay, so I have copied to texture. I have updated my bounding box. Okay, so this should work technically. Okay, and then let's try drawing a line. Drawing a line. Right? You cannot do multi-cursor with the mouse, so you can't select irrelevant things, but you can select stuff with match or have multi-cursors in the next lines. You mean in Helix? Yeah, I guess actually, like, yeah, using the mouse actually is also nice sometimes. I like using mouse. It is actually faster a lot of the times. And anyway, the speed doesn't matter because I am just thinking about the code anyway. So if we want to draw the line, we want to first to ensure the bound so that the line that we're going to draw is going to be inside the texture, right? So we're going to do self ensure bounds. Sure bounds. I'm going to do tails. So you can use the mouse and use both hands on the keyboard. Okay, let me see. See, I want to create the bounding box using those two corners, the point 1 and point 2 of the line of the thing that we're rendering. I'm going to extend this bounding box uniformly by the width of the line, right? And then I'm going to convert those to integers. Map. And I want to convert those to integers by doing this. Minimum is so I'm going to floor the minimum and I'm going to seal the maximum, right? Okay. Map. Okay, so this is me just ensuring the bounds, and then after that we can actually draw the thing, right? If I want it to be like pixels, should I even use the GPU? Should I draw using a shader or should I just put some pixels in there? Let's just try a shader. Shouldn't be too bad, right? What kind of shader we use to draw a line? Check the distance. Just draw a rectangle. So if I want to draw this line over here like this, should I draw this rectangle or should I draw that rectangle? Okay, well, let's do a draw call. Fine. We need to draw into our texture, right? So we're going to use the I guess we just use the plain color shader. Something. Angle fan. Vertices is going to be is going to draw a quad like usually. Hold on, how do you go to the declaration capital D, right? It's different. Go to the type. GY, right? Um, color. Okay. I don't like that the Helix doesn't highlight the matching bracket here. It does, but it only does it when I'm in normal mode. When in insert mode, it does not. Oh wait, it does, but when I'm before the bracket, okay. No, it's okay. I was wrong. Maybe it's just less visible. Okay, what should be the this stuff? Okay, how do you create a new file here? Just say open and then the file path here, right? Shaders / color GLSL. Let me see. I think I want the vertex matrix to be like the vertex shader to be the same. Probably. Fragment shader is going to be very simple. I'm going to just draw a plain color, right? sh shell commands. Why is it not exclamation mark? Okay. sh run shell command. Oh, nice. Can I have an integrated terminal too? Okay, so this is the camera. This is the transform. I can make an even simpler one, which do I want to? Let's see. Maybe I just specify the projection matrix and the view matrix here manually. Projection matrix. To the part of the orthographic projection matrix, and yeah, just specify the bound this. Okay, this is literally just going to be the self-bounding box. Okay. View matrix is going to be identity. Might be a silly question, but why do you use Alacrity over terminal? I don't know, because it's written in Rust, so it's better, yeah. I don't know. Well, actually, I don't like Alacrity too much lately. I think I should switch to something else. Is there a terminal that allows me to have like animations inside, and also I cannot have ligatures inside. Like Alacrity does not have the ligatures, so my arrows look like not arrows but like two separate symbols. I should use some other thing. Like Kitty probably is a nice one. Tabs. I don't use tabs. I like separate windows instead, like this. I have this extension for GNOME which makes it look like the tiling manager. I like separate windows more than the tabs. I can have the tabs in my window manager, right? I can just make these two separate windows. So here you go. I have the tabs in Alacrity, right? All right. So view matrix is identity, and then we have the transform. Transform is going to be from orts, and the orts x is going to be p2 minus p1 divided by 2. You know what? Okay. I hate the fact that the macros are not formatted well, and then in Helix the like some of the things when you open new lines is wrong. if over here I select this line and I click change, why is my cursor over there? I don't want it to be there. Oh wow, Adam with the raid. Hello, thank you for the raid. That's huge. How are you guys doing? Trying to make my own program that I'm going to use instead of the Sprite. But we are very early in the development. Actually, just started. Transform. Let's see. Transform. X is going to be P2 minus P1 divided by 2. Then Y is going to be normal multiplied with divided by 2. What is a normal? Normal is P2 minus P1 normalize or 0 rotate 90 degrees. Just like that. That should be all. And then we also do translate by 1 plus 2 divided by. That probably should do it. Okay. Now we need to do the new. The new is going to be X. Phone texture is going to be an empty texture. Texture of size 1 pixel. Actually, you know what? Originally, the texture should be like completely empty. When we have the infinite canvas and the texture is empty, it means that we should have absolutely nothing there, right? I'm just going to make this an optional. For what? Do this. Optional. Oh, by the way, I actually forgot that over here I need to say that self texture is the new texture, right? And over here also I want to say if let some texture be self texture. We do that. Okay, originally we don't even create a texture then. There's nothing. Bounding box. Bounding box technically also should be nothing. I can do it 0. None. To do. Okay, yeah, over here I need to do self texture. So at this point we must have a texture. As mute. Wrap. Wrapping is okay here. Okay, And this leaves us to the last thing that we need to do is rendering the texture onto a screen. Rendering texture onto the screen. Frame buffer. So it's going to be another shader. It's going to be a texture shader. Why is it highlighting the current argument as the vertices? 1, 2, 3, 4. It is highlighting right now the argument number 4, right? But I have already specified 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should be highlighting number 5, the uniforms. Is it stupid? Okay, so we have the texture and I also want to have the transform here. So what should be the transform? It should be the matrix here, right? Transform. It's going to be a scale, a uniform, self-bounding box size divided by 2. And then we also translate to the center of the bounding box. Having comma at the end doesn't necessarily mean you are on the next argument. Yes, because I didn't type a single. I mean, over here, look, I set comma and it already doesn't get highlighted the first argument here. I don't know. Translate bounding box. Sure. Okay. Not uniform, just scale. Okay, there you go. Not in using Horizon Dark Scheme. Oh shit. I typed in Horizon, but I started typing in Horizon, but for some reason it the auto completion whatever set up this This color scheme. Do you like this one? Light colorblind GitHub. Do I need to like install it? Theme Horizon. There's no such thing as a Horizon. There's only high contrast stuff. I don't know. One dark is what I'm using. It is okay. I used it in NeoVim and I use it in VS Code and I use it in Helix. All right, so now we need to have the shader that is the texture shader. Okay, so you want me to do sh copy shaders color shaders texture, right? And then we open texture GLSL and we set the UV. UV is this 1 divided by 2. Otherwise the transformation is different. We're going to have texture like this. This one. Oh, it's your own custom one, and you don't even have the screenshot in your and no README, no nothing. How am I supposed to figure out how this actually looks like? Can you give me a screenshot? Dark pink. Okay, so now we know how to draw a texture. We need to use our texture, right? So main. Let's see. Let's see. So first of all, I'm going to create the normal camera. Wait, what? What did I do? Hold on. I wanted to go to the type. So GY. Yeah. Oh, it worked. Okay, so how many pixels should it be that we see on the screen? Let's say that we do 300 pixels vertically. How will layering work? Oh, I will not tell you until we have some drawing on one texture, right? Let me just create the basic drawing so that I can, you know, draw at least something. Layering. Say Okay. All right. So I'm going to have potentially it's going to be like multiple textures, multiple layers, as you say, right? But for now, I'm just going to have one texture, just one texture, right? Why is there no code action available? Like, why is there no code action to add a field to the struct that I have already? I guess maybe because I did not import it. If I import it and it actually works, will there be a code action? Oh, there actually will be. Okay. There you go. Okay, we have the texture, and I will do basically drawing here. Self texture draw. Frame buffer using self camera. Okay, there you go. And now we just need to draw these lines, right? So how do we do this? How do we do this? I need to be like dragging a line here, right? Previous cursor position is going to be an optional previous cursor position. Right? When I'm doing a mouse press of the left mouse button over here, if we were not inside a wheel, then we're going to start drawing, right? Cursor position is self camera screen to world. Shit. Ah, fuck. I tried to autocomplete using enter for some reason, and it doesn't work. There's a new line. Wait, what was that? Hold on. What is that? What is that huge window which says that this is a vec2? The vec2. New project. Hello, Icy. How are you doing? It's a new project. I mean, it's not entirely new project. I started the paint that I had before, the multiplayer one. But this time I'm not going to focus on multiplayer. I'm going to focus on a different feature, and hopefully I will make it more finished of a project rather than a one-day project like last time. I'm going to create the paint that I'm going to use to make the game for the LD, right? So the LD is happening in 2 weeks, guys. We need to be ready. I feel like I have become I have become slower at programming than I was a year ago. So I'm not sure if I will be able to create a game in 2 days, but I will try. Okay, so we convert the cursor into the world coordinates, right? And then we need to just this else if block can be collapsed. I don't want it to be collapsed. Actually annoying. Actually annoying. Allow flippy collapsible else if. Can I do this? Okay. Self previous cursor position is some cursor position. Okay, there you go. And then we also do event mouse or cursor move, right? Into a different position. Then we say that cursor position is this one. How do you select the word? You go to the beginning and then you go to the end and then you press C. But there's a faster way to change a word into something, right? MIW. So M is match inside the word. Match inside the word. Yeah, okay. So like in Vim it would be change inside the word, and over here we need to match inside the word and then press change. And we can also change inside a function or something else. Okay, it's actually nice. I actually, hold on, it is actually faster to just press Alt O, right? It is faster to press Alt O than to just do MIW. That's 2 versus 3 strokes. Okay, so we say over here, if let some previous is self previous cursor position, then we do that, and we also do self previous cursor position is some cursor position. Okay, and then also event mouse release of the left mouse button. Then we are going to just stop drawing. Previous cursor position is none. I should probably rename this. Space R to rename. Yes. This is going to be previous draw. Previous draw. Because we're specifically drawing currently. So over here we literally are just going to do self texture draw line, right? Draw line from previous position into the new position. Like, why is that so big though? Hold on. Oh, this time it is small. I don't know. It is supposed to be this small, right? But it was that big. The entire window. For some reason. Okay, width. Hello? Hello, Stingly. The width is going to be self... I don't know. Let's just do 3 pixel for now. 3 pixel width. It's a Vec2 though, yeah. Okay, it looks like the draw line missing the color, so self color should also be passed here. Pretty sure. Color. Like this. Okay. Okay. How do I... So, do you think I should be running from inside here? So I then do just sh cargo run, right? Oh wait, but when I do sh, I don't see the output. Async job failed. It is doing async shell job. This is not good now. It's in texture on CTX. Okay. I mean, I have the missing structure field. Okay. Sure. Should have been derived. Sure. You can do Control Z. That's what I'm doing. Exactly what I'm doing already. Okay. Assertion failed. Vertex count %3 is 0. Okay. Hold on. How do I search slash? So I'm just going to search for triangles. Yeah, it should be a triangle fan. Triangles. Okay, am I going to actually see it on the screen? Oh, shit. We actually see it on the screen. So as you can see, I'm not doing blending right now. So we actually see the entire texture. So the texture is infinite, right? And when we're drawing outside of the texture, it's being like extended automatically, right? Pretty simple. Although right now, when I'm extending it, I am extending one by one, right? This is not very good. Just like when you are doing a VEC, when you push an item, you don't want the allocation to be happening every time. Although it does look like I need that optimization, but I could like make the size like extend by twice the size. You know, if I'm going that direction, I'm going to extend twice the size, right? Just like the VEC. Yeah. Also, the rendering is kind of ugly right now. This things, right? But I mean, it's better than nothing. Also, we can change the hue, so we can select the color right now to green, and start drawing with the green color. Yeah, like using reserve exact and increasing linearly. That's bad. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what we are doing. But I mean, I'm going to do very low resolution for my art, so I'm not sure if it's actually going to matter. All right. So let's fix some of the things here. First of all, texture. I'm going to do it only for pixelated. Maybe eventually we can make this application work not only for the pixelated stuff, but for now, whenever I am going to create a texture, right? This texture, I'm going to say new texture, set a filter to well, actually, no. I'm not going to set the filter because I have this fancy thing. Let me show you. How do I even show you this? Path animation. We did this thing. If you have seen this video, better shader for pixel art upscaling. So when you're upscaling your pixel art, we're using a we can use a different shader now. You know what that is. So I'm literally just going to go into the texture GLSL. And literally instead of a texture 2D, I'm going to use something else, but I don't remember what it is because I put it into the somewhere. Let's see. I did watch the video, but didn't understand all of it. You don't need to understand all of it. You just copy paste the code, and it just works, right? Let me see. Hold on. So over here, for example, right? I have this. I have this inside my own like. This is checked out for me, right? But it's not in the current workspace. So I want to open. I guess I want to open. Thing, grades, and stuff, right? Oh wait, hold on. I think I can do this. If I open a folder, then we're going to have this telescope, right, with all the files inside there. So I can have the shader library. Over here. Here. So it is going to be called Smooth Texture 2D. I will need to have the UV, the texture, and the texture size for it. And here's the link to this video. So it's going to be literally just a smooth texture 2D. And we will need to specify UV and then texture. And then texture size. So that's convenient at VS Code, but you can use the Finder, I guess. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, definitely not as convenient. Hold on. GLSL texture size. Texture size. Hello, can this website open? Returns the dimension of the level LOD of the texture bound to sampler. The components. Is this there in GLSL ES though? WebGL text WebGL GLSL texture size. GLSL texture size OpenGL. Texture size was only in the WebGL 2, right? In WebGL 1, if you schedule need to know the size of the texture, you had to pass the size in the uniform manually, right? Okay. I'm using the old OpenGL. Probably. Form. Texture size. Hold on. I'm actually wondering, did I do the size automatically? No. I guess not. Okay, we're just going to pass this as another document texture here. It's like this. This should work. And also, we can, I'm going to use the pre-multiplied alpha for everything. So when I'm drawing this onto the screen, now that we have seen it grow automatically, we can use the blend mode to be set to some blend mode pre-multiplied alpha. Go. Because we're clearing the texture with a transparent black color. Now we can just draw. And we just draw. Okay. Now when we draw, I'm just drawing a line, right? But that is not enough. Lines are like ugly. But I think I should commit something already, right? Actually, drawing fog. Okay. Looks like chucked though. Yeah, but I don't want that thing. But maybe we can have multiple brushes at some point. But I mean, for my use case, I only want one specific brush. I even think that the brush size is going to be fixed for me, but I am going to use it. Okay. So basically, in order to draw a line, we need to not only draw the line in between. I'm also going to need. I'm also going to need to draw it in the ends. Okay, hold on. Let me just use. The sprite has a pixel perfect mode. Yeah, maybe I should add a pixel perfect mode too. What does that mean though? Hold on. What does that mean though? Okay. So here we go. When I'm drawing a line right now, I'm moving my mouse from this position to this position, right? So right now what I'm doing is I'm drawing this little rectangle, right? But I want to have this and to have that. Basically. So I think you can draw a path and the width of the line stays constant. I'm pretty sure that my problem right now is this, because when I'm drawing a line like this, it's going to do this rectangle and then that rectangle, which is going to look weird. So I need to draw a circle at the ends. Although, hold on. I actually have gaps there even. Which is weird. Why do I have gaps there? Okay. Maybe it's going to be fixed anyway. Maybe some rounding errors here too. Yeah, there could be some rounding errors here. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to draw and transform. No, I cannot just draw a rectangle there. That would be wrong. Okay, hold on. I need a quick bathroom break. Ah. So what we want to do is, do I literally just draw a circle? How does Aseprite implement their pixel perfect mode? If I just do a circle, or maybe like I need to like round these positions to pixels when I'm drawing a line, and that's it. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I need a new shader, which is going to allow me to draw the endpoint. So 4 point in both point 1 and point 2. I'm also going to draw the endpoints using a circle shader, right? How do you select a thing inside the selection? Like I have selected things and I want to change all the colors here into something else. Has a separate texture for the current brush stroke and on release applies it. So like for the endpoint, it's basically doing the brush stroke, right? Which is similar for me. I'm just going this circle. I'm going to do this circle, but we can make it any brush, I guess. Hello, Whitey Descent. Helix editor documentation usage key map. Select all regex matches inside selections. Okay, we just do S. S. Hello? S. Color. Okay, there you go. And then we just change those into the circle. Okay, there you go. Almost like in VS Code. But can I do this just exactly like in VS Code? I press Control D and it selects the next thing that matches current selection. Like select this, Control D. Control D does absolutely different thing. Circle. Okay, so now we need copy shaders color into shaders circle. Okay. Circle. Okay, so circle is going to be the same, but we are going to discard if length of the position is more than 1. Then I'm going to discard. Simple as that. Right? Okay. See if it's going to be better now. Rip. I think it looks better. Do we have any problems here? I guess I cannot just click right now. But the overall shape of the line is, I think, very nice. I can draw. Right? I can draw. Okay. And now that I can draw, how long have I been programming for? Like programming anything for a long time, for more than 20 years, I guess. Okay, draw circles at the ends of the line. Okay. All right. So this is done. And then I want, when I just click at one position, I want to just also draw this thing, right? So when I'm in main, when I'm just doing the mouse press, the original mouse press, I want to draw it immediately, right? So I'm just going to do over here, self texture, draw line, previous, no. So like draw the line from the position to the position itself, basically. The line that is just a single dot. Brush size and color. Okay, so this 3.0 is a brush size that I need to create this field. Color brush size F32. Brush size 3. Okay, it's just going to be 3 for now. Or hold on. Let's just do this. Context config default brush size. Do this and at least. I think star you can use selection to search. Star. Register slash set to color. No, I want to do just in VS, like in VS Code. I want to add another cursor, right? The multi-cursor, which is going to be on top of the same thing that I'm currently hovering, right? Okay, default brush size is 3 pixels. There you go. It's my favorite brush. And now when I am just going to click, it should draw me this thing. Okay, so here we go. That is a problem, I guess. So because I'm doing the floating points, right? All of these little dots, they look different. Maybe that's what the pixel perfect mode is about. I need to round my coordinate pixels before going the end or something. Right? Is this what the pixel perfect mode is about? In a sprite. Draw dot on click. All right. Let me now. Before I fix that, make sure that I can control the camera. Control the camera, and before I before I do that, I guess the secret feature that I was talking about is going to be the fact that this paint application is going to be 3D, all right? So our camera is actually going to be 3D instead of it being a 2D. That's it. That's it. So I need to change it into a 3D camera. So let's see. What should the camera even be? Oh, full camera. I don't have a 3D camera pre-made. Create module camera array. Go there. Okay, camera. We are going to look at the position. Position. 3D world. This. Then we're going to have the attack angle. And we're going to have the rotation. Okay. And then we're going to have the distance. How do you pronounce distance? With a C, right? Okay, there you go. we implement search camera 3D for the camera. The view matrix, the projection matrix. I guess also the FOV. Also going to be angle. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, I pressed caps lock, I guess, on accident. And all of my keys are doing different things now. Alright, projection matrix is going to be mat 4. Perspective, right? FOV is going to be FOV gradients. Then aspect is going to be frame buffer size aspect. And then near is going to be 0.1, and then far is going to be 1000. Like that. And then the view matrix is going to be. Alright, let's see. We do. First of all, you translate zero, zero, negative self distance. All right. Negative self position. Rotate. So, okay. X and Y is the horizontal plane. Z is pointing up. All right. That's how I'm doing. Rotate. Self rotation. This is rotate around the Z. Actually, it's all the other way around. Like always, I think I'm doing it the other way around. Okay, rotate Z, and then we do mat 4, rotate around the X. Self attack. If it is 0, then I should be okay. Hold on. Attack plus angle from degrees 90. Okay, I think it's going to be easy once implement the control here. But I need to use the 3D camera now for rendering, right? And we obviously don't that. So position is going to be as 0. Camera 2D camera. Okay, position, rotation, FOV, distance, camera distance. Eh. No, let's do camera. Camera distance and camera FOV. Bit like this. This is a camera. This is a back 3 now. And also we are missing the attack angle. Attack angle by default is going to be angle. Let's just do context camera. Default attack. Degrees. Wait, are you gonna make layers that have perspective depth with 3D camera? Yeah. It actually is going to be a 3D modeling application and not a paint. Might have lied a little bit, but actually not. I'm basically going to draw on planes on the 3D space and go into. It's going to be similar to sculpting, I guess, but instead of going to be painting the on certain layers. You know, that's the idea. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm over here. This is the config, right? Over here. This thing. I want to go to the definition of the type of this field. Go to type definition is Y, but I'm going to the definition of the type of this field instead of the type definition of this config. Minecraft texture painter. Yeah, it's going to be similar to Minecraft, I guess. It's mostly going to be just blocks. So yeah, the idea is that the next LD game that I'm going to make is going to be 3D. Yeah. But I need a quick way to do 3D art because I'm not going. I tried Blender. I don't know. It's very slow for me. I want something where I just do quick, like just draw a thing and be done with it. You know. I'm going to do a very specific workflow here for myself. Okay, if I go to the definition, then I can, but so like I need to go twice though, is the problem, right? I go to the definition of this field and then I go to the definition of this type, right? But I want to do it in one move. But it it makes me go somewhere else. Why is it so weird? Okay, camera config. Can you do insert, specify the type with a function? Insert field attributes. Like I want to do serialize with. Serialize this field with a function that is different from its implementation. Go to scatter go into trait methods, takes you to the trait and not the impl. Weird. See, VS Code is better, it just works there. I just hover and I click on the thing. I guess it doesn't. All right. So like I want to specify here basically the angle, right? But the angle can be specified in radians or degrees, and I want it to be in degrees. So angle on itself, it is doing the serialization, but it's going to be serialized as degrees, as radians there. I don't want to have radians in my configuration file. That's hard. FOV, create another new type, I guess. I don't want to. Okay, FOV, rotation, attack, and distance. Right? Rotation. Okay, angle from degrees. Okay, and then over here, texture draw, right? The texture was drawn using the 2D camera, and now it is going to be drawn using a 3D camera instead, right? Which means that the shader is also going to be changed, right? Yeah. Actually, I want a different thing here. So we have a texture. Have a texture, right? So there's a texture and then there's a place texture in the world, basically. Or I think maybe just when drawing, I want to draw it using a specific transform, actually. Yeah, I think that's it. Transform. Sure. So this is going to be a 4x4 matrix now. And this is going to be a 3D camera. Yes, so now we want to create this here. Make a 4x4 matrix instead, and then we multiply the transform that we are given by this. All right. Okay. This method takes 3. Okay, so our texture should have... Okay, so texture is the first level. And then the second level is like the placed texture, right? What should I call the placed texture? So it's like a plane in 3D space with a texture on it, right? Which can have any transform to it. Should I literally just call it textured plane? You know? It's kind of a layer. But that would be in a layer. It's like a textured plane. I like call it textured plane or something else. Textured plane. I don't know. Maybe I call it plane. Just call it plane. Like layer, but plane, you know? So what is a plane? A plane is something that has a texture and also has the transform to it. Has a transform. Just like that. So we will be able to rotate this texture in space as much as we want after we draw on it or before we draw on it, right? And similar things. So when we do let's just make those public, whatever. Plane. So I want to be able to draw it. Plane buffer. Layer. Camera. Abstract camera 3D. So we're just going to do self texture, draw, frame buffer, camera, self transform, right? That's it. That's one of the things that we have. Another thing is going to be so like I'm going to do raycasts basically, right? I'm going to do raycasts and I'm going to need to intersect a ray with this, right? So intersect self with array. I think I have yeah, I have camera rays here. Okay. And just reuse that. So this is going to return an optional position inside the texture. Right? Let's just call it position. Maybe we will save both, you know? Like marked position. We are going to have texture coordinates inside there. And we are going to have the world coordinates inside there. World coordinates is 3D. Right? So like local and global coordinates basically, both. Okay. So ray, something that has the position where it's coming from and the direction, right? So first of all, we want to convert this row into the local coordinates, right? Which means that local ray is going to be a new ray where the from is going to be self-transform. Hold on. That inverse transform is self-transform inverse, right? And then we do inversed transform. We multiply this by ray from extend 1.0 to 3D. Okay, and the direction is going to be inverse transform multiplied by ray direction. But ray direction we're going to extend by 0 because we don't want the moving around to 3D. Wait. This one we don't even want into 3D. Because we are going to divide by 0 then. X, Y, Z. All we need. Okay, so we have the local array now. And once we have the local array, we can do the intersection with the local coordinate system. And the local coordinate system is where X is literally the XY plane, right? So literally we're going to say that the time of the ray hitting the plane is going to be local ray from Z divided by local ray direction Z with the negation also. So I'm going to say that if t is less than or equal to 0, then we're going to return none. Otherwise, it is some. Also if local ray direction Z is approximately equal to 0, then we are going to also return none. Okay, like that. And over here, we're finally going to return the position of intersection, right? So local position is going to be local ray from plus local ray direction multiplied by t, right? I guess that's just it. I'm going to put it here. And world is a regular ray from plus ray direction times t, like that. For the local, obviously the z coordinate does not matter at all because it is going to be 0, so we just take the x and y. And that should be it. So this is basically me doing the raycasts. Maybe I should just call it raycast, you know? Just the raycast. Yeah, sure. Okay. Then our texture. Use plane. Texture. All right. So I'm not going to even have the texture anymore, right? I'm going to have plane. And eventually we're going to have multiple planes. Basically, that's it. Plane is going to be plane. Texture is texture new. And transform is the identity by default. Okay, so we're not drawing the texture, we are drawing the plane. And then over here, we're doing screen to world. That's what we were doing before. But what we're going to do now is I am going to do the ray casting here, right? So let's see. The camera ray is going to be self camera pixel ray. I already have this done. Frame buffer size, at the cursor position. Back 2. Why is this so big? Have you ever had this issue where you have your type as a very big thing like that at the top? So weird. Why am I the person who sees all the bugs in all the software? Okay, so we have the ray. I want to rename this into texture position. Texture position is going to be self plane. Hold on. I guess if let some position is self plane ray casts using the ray, then we're going to say that it's not texture pose. It's going to be instead position texture and might be an overflow thing. Also, I don't like the fact that when I have multiple cursors, I need to press a comma. Pressing comma for some reason requires me. Maybe I need to like what finger do you press the comma with? It seems like I do a lot of finger movement. Press the comma because I press it usually with my pointer finger. But because my hands are now mostly on top of HGKL, maybe I should do it with some other finger. Easier with middle. I feel like middle is going to be easier with either pinky or the other one. If like try placing your fingers on HJKL and your comma is literally in between the middle and the ring key and the ring. Use your elbow. Use my forehead to type on a keyboard. Yeah. Okay, plane texture draw line. Previous draw position is going to be some position texture. Okay, there you go. And then over here, I'm going to do exactly the same. Right? If at some position is plane raycast to the ray, then okay, what should happen if I am dragging my mouse where it doesn't make sense? Probably then it should be to just stop drawing. Yeah, I think it should just stop. So I'm going to say else of previous draw position is none. But over here, I'm going to possibly continue. So self plane texture, draw a line from the previous draw position to the new texture position, and previous draw position is this new position texture. Barely use a different finger every time. Wow. Yeah, I hate pressing the semicolon to revert from the visual selection into just one position, right? Because I don't know, for some reason I am really used to pressing both comma and semicolon and dot actually too with my pointer finger. That's how I've been typing all the time. Is the right middle finger for comma? I don't know. I feel like the ring should be the one. Okay. Let's see. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because I don't have in my configuration file the camera configuration. Okay, so over here, what am I supposed to do? Hold on. Nerdsel. What is the thing? I want to only leave the names here: FOV, rotation, attack, and distance, without the pop and without the type, right? What is my what should be my commands here? I just H or J to get rid of the selection, more comfy. Yeah, I guess because it's less movement. I have a Kinesis 360 split keyboard. I use all the fingers to type. Hi, Vasdev. Hi. Oh, wait, that's a shell. HL Vest. Okay, I'm waiting for Nerdsel to type me the commands. G, S. Go to first non-blank in line. 4. C. Oh, okay, so you use this C basically. C to do this. Okay, I mean, okay. But I don't really like that. Hold on, why is the last... Hold on. Why is the last character is in insert mode? I pressed D. Did I press C maybe on accident? Oh, you can only be in insert mode in one? Oh, no. The other ones just are... Okay, this is a bug, I think. The other ones should also show as they are in insert mode. Stop finding bugs. Hello, Brainoid. Okay, camera FOV is going to be... What is the normal camera FOV when you are working with stuff, guys? I think it's going to be 60 degrees for me. This is the vertical FOV. That's what I'm using. Rotation, just so that, like, by default, we're not looking plane. It's going to be 30 degrees, and attack is going to be 60 degrees, so like mostly from the top. Distance is going to be, this is all in pixels, right? Because we are still working with pixels here, even although it is 3D. So like from the 100 pixels. Why are we in 3D? Wait, you missed that part when I started to do in 3D? Okay. Here's the master plan. It's going to be the 3D. GLR invalid operation. No fucking wait, hold on. I actually okay, what is this? Rust backtrace. This one. What happened here? In texture draw 29. I really hate this compared to VS Code, that I need to go here and go like what line was it again? I don't remember what line was it. Why can't I not just click? This is the most annoying part so far. $29. Okay, well, I actually broke OpenGL apparently. How? I debug here. Not. Just open another terminal. But still, like, I would need to look at the other terminal. I cannot just click, which is annoying, right? I need to, like, copy paste from the other terminal. Stop complaining and just use VS Code. No. I like, a lot of things here are better than in VS Code, but a lot of things are better in VS Code. So, like, VS Code is not strictly better, but I think uh, the like the missing things in VS Code, whatever. Um, like it's okay. I can try to become better at Helix or Vim. I am asking because I want to like know how to do it. I'm complaining because there's an issue, right? And this issue has been probably solved by other people somehow. So I'm like, I want to know how they solved this issue, right? And pretending that it's not there is not the solution. They got good. Got good with what? With copy pasting the line number and the file name from the other terminal. What exactly is good? Oh, I know exactly what it is. It's because I didn't change the shader. Okay, this is actually my mistake in the engine. This is, yeah, the shaders are not checked at all. So we're using the 4x4 matrix now, right? 4x4 transforms. Thing. There you go. Should be the fixed. What I do is fuzzy F the file. Yeah, but in order, I don't know. It seems like still like you need to fuzzy F like on a big project is not going to find your file immediately. You are going to like find the file first, and then you're going to look back at the line number and type the line number. You always find it immediately. No. Okay, there you go. There you go. You see, this is now a 3D paint. Okay. Okay, now I need to the camera control. Anyway, the 3D paint is working. 3D paint bog. Obviously skill issue. I mean, obviously, yes. Obviously. Okay, now we need to have the camera controls, right? Camera controls. Look out, Blender. Yeah. I'm basically making a mini Blender. Should I call it Painter? Is there a Painter app? Infinite Painter. Is there like just a Painter? Painter free download. There is such a thing. Okay. I don't know. Right now I'm calling it Pog Paint, but what I should probably think of a better name. I mean, Pog Paint is pretty Pog name, but still. I mean, Pog Paint means it's PP for short. So I can have an extension for it, which is going to be PP, right? Call it Peng. Hold on, what is PP extension used for right now? PP calculator. Calculates the OSU PP values directly in your web browser. Wait, what is OSU PP values? I never played. PP file extension is used to contain information on meteorological and climatic data. Puppet file. Easy PP. Right. Anyway, we need to have the camera controls here. The camera controls. PP is ranked score basically. All right. I think the previous cursor position should actually be saved anyway. Previous cursor position is optional back to F4, I guess. This cursor position. We say over here when cursor is moved of previous cursor position. Over here I say if. So I'm going to rotate my camera with the middle mouse button, right? Window is button pressed, mouse button middle. Okay, then F. How do I enter the insert mode at the end of this selection, but like not on the new line? That is impossible. So annoying that a lot of the times I'm getting my cursor on the new line instead of at the end of the previous one. If previous cursor position, then going to say that here delta is going to be self previous. Wait, actually, hold on. This is all wrong. I actually need to lock. I need to lock my cursor. And the cursor is not going to be moved there. So I'm going to do event mouse press and mouse button middle. And also similarly it's going to be a mouse release. Okay, so when I'm pressing the middle mouse button, I'm doing self window cap, hold on, lock cursor. Yes, right. And over here it's going to be unlock cursor, just like that. And previous cursor position, sort fields alphabetically. Okay, so now that I have locked my cursor, now that I have locked and unlocked, it's going to be event row mouse movement with the deltas, right? That we use for the first person controls. I mean, it's not first person, just for the camera controls. Yeah, we're going to do self camera rotation is going to be minus equal delta x. Angle from degrees should be radians. Delta x multiplied by self context config camera sensitivity. And similarly, attack is going to be equal to camera attack plus the y. So if the mouse moves up, it means that the attack angle should increase like this. Okay, and then we clamp this, clamp the absolute value. Yeah, we clamp the absolute value to angle from degrees 180. Oh no, by 90 degrees. Okay, so it's either positive or negative 90. Mismatch types expected F32, found F64 as F32. As F32. Okay, and then now we go here. Sensitivity. One. Okay, let's try drawing and then let's try rotating the camera. Okay, so we're going to draw and we're going to rotate the camera. Okay, the sensitivity is definitely too high. That probably might be too much. And also inside the camera, I think somewhere. Over here, this should be a minus. Okay. Right. Yeah. All right. Should be it. So now basically I can draw on a plane. We can control the camera, but we cannot control the transformation of this plane itself, right? That I'm drawing on. Hold on, wait. Hold on, if this is positive. Hold on. This should be 0 angle. Yeah, I guess just in the main here. This should also be negative, right? Because if I'm moving my mouse up, I want to start looking from below. Because like in the first person camera, right? If you move your mouse up, you start to look up. Okay, makes more sense. And the sensitivity is still very high. Maybe 001 is the way for me. Let's see. Hold on, this is also weird. My signs are still wrong somewhere. If I do look from above, then my attack angle is 90 degrees. And it should be 0. Yes, if I look from below, my attack angle is going to be negative 90 degrees. which means that I need to rotate by 180. But it should be negative 180. Maybe it should be minus and then over here plus. Mhm. Okay, I like that now. Like how that feels. Okay, so we can rotate the camera. We can rotate the camera, but we oh shit. Okay, so if we make our camera so that we can see the horizon, and then I start drawing like this, then I guess what happens is I'm trying to make a very long texture, right? So what happens is my texture is like this, right? This is over here the horizon, and I'm trying to draw an infinite line basically. So because like over here near the horizon, the distance on the screen is small, but the distance inside the texture is very big, which means that when I want to draw something small on the screen, it actually is trying to draw a huge texture basically, which is why it's trying to allocate basically a huge texture and it's failing. That's why this stops working. See like how so our texture is very big right now, and the GPUs, they have the limit, the size of the texture. Actually, hold on. It actually looks like to me the horizon itself is okay. Is when I'm trying to look up. Wait, no, it's not. Paint 3D, but actually usable? I never tried Microsoft Paint 3D. So I have no idea. But maybe. So here's my idea for this project, right? Here's my idea. It's going to be this. So I'm going to be drawn on planes, right? But I need to be able to create a new plane and like transform that plane so that I start drawing on a different plane basically. So instead of layers in regular drawing applications, it's going to be 3D planes. That's it. Simple, right? Okay, whatever. I will figure out that issue later. And export to STL so you can try to 3D print stuff with it. Well, the issue with STL is it's not going to work. I mean, because I'm going to rely on the invisible parts of the textures, right? I'm literally going to be drawn infinite. Like, I have infinite canvas there, right? I mean, if I only like the part of the texture that is visible is basically always a quad, a square. In order for it to be an STL, they would, I mean, possibly technically actually. You just need to create a specific texture there, right? A specific art so that it is enclosed. Okay. Camera rotation pog. Okay, now that we have camera rotation, we need to have other camera movements, like moving around. What should be moving around, actually? Should it just be WASD space control, like in Minecraft? Should it always be first-person camera? Okay, but I think WASD. But I use S for saturation, though. Well, I guess it's going to be something else. Maybe Control S, but Control S probably is going to be save. Okay, I'm going to make it a J for now. And, okay, and then we do the camera control, WASD, right? Yeah. Y plus equal 1. Okay, let's see. WASD ASD. So for A, it's going to be x minus equal 1. Dude, it's raining. Okay, and then I'm going to also have space, and I'm also going to have control left. That's how we do it in Minecraft by default, right? I should make the keys customizable then, but that's going to be later, I guess. So space is going to be Z positive, and this is negative. The coordinate system is not like in Minecraft though. We have Z that is going up and down. Move is move XY up 32. And we do rotate by self camera rotation. Okay. Yes, and then we do extend by move Z. All right. And then we do self camera position plus equal move multiplied by delta time, like this. So this should be me being able to move around using WASD space and control. Space control. Okay, well, I guess this speed should be configured also. Multiplied by self context config camera speed. Oops. So in pixels, it's probably going to be similar to 100, 50. Okay, there you go. WSD, and we can move down and we can move up. We can move whatever we want, and we can still draw while we're moving. Okay, easy. Easy. um, moving WSD fog. There you go. Okay, what is next? Next is changing the distance. Changing the distance. Zoom speed. Okay. Let's see, main. Okay, so we're going to zoom using the mouse wheel, obviously, right? Wheel it. I'm just literally going to do self camera distance is self, I don't know, multiply by delta. X. Is that it? Okay, we can draw. And we can do this. And we can zoom. Oh shit! That was zooming. I was zooming so much there. I think it should be something like... Hold on. It should be dot pow f delta. So if it's 1, it's going to be literally nothing. It's going to be 1.1 or something. Huh? 1.001. Yes. Still too fast. Really. That might be too slow. Should be good. Also, this should be inverted. This should be negative. Okay, and when we're far away, we don't see it anymore. I should increase the far clipping plane on the camera. Yo. Wait, the further I am, the faster I should be moving. No? Should be dependent on the distance. Right? Move speed, and I also multiply it by self camera distance. Pretty sure. So move speed is actually going to be like 0.5. I want it to be the same. Mm. Doo -doo -doo -doo. Okay, so like if I zoom out, then I'm going to move, and if I zoom in, then I'm going to move. Okay, also, hold on. No. Okay, so I can move around, I can do whatever I want. Okay, what is next? What is next? In order for us to create something where this 3D is useful, we need to have multiple of these layers, right? Multiple of these planes. So I need the ability to add a new plane, change the plane that I'm currently drawing on, and to transform this thing, right? Yeah. Yeah. So in order to transform this thing, what should I do? Just do the rotation with a key. Press R, rotate. What should it be? Or should it be a gizmo? I think the gizmo is the best way, actually. Right? So I need to be able to see it. I need to draw the gizmo and be able to interact with it. And that's also how I can move it around and everything. Hi? Hi. Loose wheel. What are you doing? We are making this paint application, which is a 3D paint application. Currently trying to figure out what should be my workflow to add a new thing here. So the only things that are supposed to be here is the planes, the rendering planes. But now I'm rendering on the default one, which is the horizontal plane, and be able to draw the color instead of red. You can change the color using these tools. What color do you want? There's the hue wheel, the saturation wheel, the lightness wheel. You can configure your color in I don't know if I like it. Not. I think I don't like it anymore. These wheels. Are you going to be a narcissist instead of programmer? No, I'm not going to be both. I'm going to be everyone because in the this is for the Ludum Dare, and the Ludum Dare there is a HomePod category where you have to make the game yourself from scratch. Been using Paint before, and now I want to make a 3D game, so I'm making a 3D Paint for myself. Basically. All right. You think it should be a gizmo? Hello. All right. I still don't know everything about Rust. It's okay. Don't need to know everything about Rust to write Rust and to use it. Um. So here's what I want. Okay, I can like actually use my own app now to explain what I'm doing, right? So I want to have a gizmo, right? What is a gizmo? It's an arrow which is like this. Then uh like so this is like this is X, this is Y, and then this is Z, right? So these are the coordinate system of the plane that I'm currently drawing on. I'm currently drawing on the XY stuff, right? See those, so it does. And what I want is it. So I want a gizmo. So we are going to have oh, there is no undo. Okay, no undo. Okay, so we're going to have these circles here. So this circle, if I touch this one, I'm going to rotate around the green axis, which are around the Y, right? And then if I'm going to also have this circle, which is going to make me rotate around the X. I'm going to make the blue one, which is going to make me rotate, like how Blender did. Well, it's not only Blender, a lot of apps do that, right? You have the gizmo, and like whatever am I touching here is whatever I'm going to actually do, right? So if I touch this arrow itself, the blue arrow, then I'm going to move along the z-axis, right? But if I touch the ring, then I'm going to rotate around the z, basically. And that should be it. That should be enough, right? So yeah, I just need to be able to render that gizmo. That's it. Yeah. 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 How do you calculate the so how do I render it though? That's the question. How do I render it? How do I render it? I mean, I can just do it very simple. I can just for every ring I just draw a texture which contains the ring, right? Shader with SDFs. Yeah, or we can do a single shader which contains all the gizmos, right? And inside the shader, I'll calculate the distance to the ring by doing the SDFs. Yes, sign distance fields. So like we know the distance and we to draw there then. But I think that is overcomplicated. But it is going to look nicer though if we do an SDF, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to draw a texture inside the thing. That's it. Not going to overthink it. All right. Let me see. I'm going to create the Gizmo module though, right? Um, Gizmo. Right? Padding. Okay, I will just need the texture here basically. Is it? Shader. Or program. So inside the context, I'm going to put here basically the Gizmo renderer. Gizmo. Okay. Okay. Hmm. I mean, I can just have the entirety of the shaders. Actually, you know what? Let's Okay, we just want to be able to draw here. Self frame buffer and camera, abstract 3D camera, and the transform, right? So the transform of the object. I want to draw basically, yeah, transform for any matrix. I want to draw stuff. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to draw multiple things, right? Let's see. String is going to be a texture. I need to draw a ring first of all. Ring. Ugly texture. New. Initial. Sure. Well, I mean, actually, hold on. I can just literally just use shader there. The ring shader. I don't even need to construct this thing. I'm just going to have it inside the shaders. Alright. Yeah. I just need to figure out the transform here. Figure out the transform here. Should I be able to scale the things too? If I scale something, should its gizmo be scaled? No? Or should it not? I think it should not. But for now, I'm just going to not care about it. And it's going to be actually just this transform. So like this transform is going to be used for the X, Y, so around the Z. Let me see, texture. So I want something similar to this, right? Something similar to this. I'm going to use the shader, which is going to be the ring gizmo for the gizmo. Okay. Shaders. Quad. Oh shit, the quad needs to be here. Quad. So quad is just the vertex buffer of the quad vertex. Okay, let me make this ref counted, sure. Okay, like this. This is generics for quad. Oh shit. We already have quads. Okay. Okay, fine. Quad data for sure. Quad data. Okay, texture is not going to be there. There's going to be only the transform and the color, right? Inner radius. Ring. Okay, draw ring. It's going to be color. Okay, I'm going to need the shaders ring. Okay, so here's the ring shader. I'm going to have position. Position is this. Projection matrix, U matrix transform. That's exactly what I'm do. And here, going to have the color and inner radius. I'm going to say that if length is more than 1, then discard. If length less than inner radius, also discard. Otherwise, the same as the color. Just like that, very simple. Okay. Drawing is the one used right now, so we want to be able to draw the gizmo. Let's see. A gizmo. Okay, so we're going to draw 3 rings. 3 rings. Draw ring. The green ring. I guess the red. Red is the X. The X ring. So the local transform should be uh Y Z X. Not immutable variable. This should be mutable because it mutates the buffer. Okay. Okay, 3 rings. 1, 2, 3. Red, green, and blue. Green is going to be the Y, so it should be X, Z, Y. Then blue is going to be the Z, so it's going to be X, Y, Z, which is basically the identity matrix. Okay, so this should be just the rings, and then we also need to add the arrows. We also need to add arrows, but we need to also draw this gizmo. So in the main, let's just, you know what? Let's just draw it. Just always draw it, right? Always draw it. here. I guess before drawing the wheel, we draw the plane, and then we draw here. Here we draw the gizmo. So self, context, gizmo, draw, and buffer, self camera, and the transform is going to be self plane transform, just like that. Like plane transform is obviously the identity right now, but we should still see the 3 rings. Yeah, we do see the 3 rings. Okay, I mean this is not too bad, right? This is not too bad. I'm not using the Z index here, so I could look a little better. I was using the depth buffer here properly. Let me see. Ugly, clear. So I'm going to clear the depth buffer that was there before because I should be able to see the gizmo always, I think. But when I'm drawing the gizmo, I'm going to, as one of my draw parameters, it's going to be the depth function. Going to be depth function. Okay. This should be it. Now the gizmo should be looking even better. It is very small though. It's a size of 1 pixel. So I think like the default a bit better. Different, right? Okay, anyway, this is pretty nice, right? And then I'm just going to like touch this, and instead of like if I'm hovering over this, then instead of drawing, I am going to rotate. Actually, this should not only always be visible. Maybe this should only be visible when I press a key, like the key to transform this thing, T, right? T for transform. And then I just do stuff here. You know? Okay, actually, less. Or equal. Outer radius is going to be 0.95. Form is transform multiplied by config gizmo size. I have config here too. going to make it more configuration thing. Okay, basically, I want to draw the outline to the rings. So the way I'm going to do that is by drawing two rings. This is not the outline. Width. Okay, let's see. Size of the gizmo should be like probably 16 pixels would be nice. Maybe and then width is going to be 0.1 and outline is going to be 0.1. No. Okay. The outline is there, but only on the inside, not on the outside for some reason. Because the outer radius is not used. Okay. Should be not one, but outer radius. Okay. All right, there you go. There you go. Now I have these rings that should be visible even on like on the red background, on the green background, on the blue background. Not matter, right? This gizmo, I want it only to be usable, only to be visible when I want it only to be visible when you know what? Why did I do rings? Why didn't I instead just do the three lines? That would be easier. It still rotate around them. Because I think it's a little confusing. Like I want to know what is the coordinate system of this thing, right? So you can see it by the rings, but it is hard to know which way is up and which way is down. I think if I just instead draw the three lines easy, that's going to work. Texture shader. I wanted to have the color too. Do you guys hear me hitting the keyboard? I feel like it is so loud. But I don't think that you can hear it actually. I'm filtering out all the noises. No, we don't. I think if I remove the noise filter, you're going to hear everything I do. Like moving in my chair and shit. You guys want that? For the background noise. Give it a try. If I remove the noise suppression, the noise gate. Yo. Do you guys hear me breathing? This is ASMR stream now. Oh wait, I should have tried actually hitting the buttons on there. Alright. Let's see. I'm going to start typing here. What was I typing though? Hold on. Yeah. Instead of drawing a ring, I'm going to draw something else, right? Yeah. Draw axis. It's so mushy. Maybe it's because my microphone is pointed towards me, not towards the keyboard. If I make it behind the keyboard, then it will probably hear be sounding differently. Is that better? Uniforms. Hold on, draw axis, yeah. Just a little, but I am quieter now. Well, now I am a little further away from the microphone. I mean, all right. Do you like the keyboard sounds though? I don't like the fact that there are other background noises, so I prefer to have the filter on. When I'm trying to focus and I'm saying nothing and I have no music, it feels weird. I don't want to put the music on. Hmm. Okay, let's see. I always put my own music over your streams. Yeah. Go. From music. Yeah, so I'm going to draw this, but here. So for the texture here, it's going to be white texture. For the texture size, it's going to be white size. Right? Uniforms blend mode. Yeah, and the color is the color that I want to have here. The transform though, transform that I want to have for the axis is going to be I'm going to scale 0.5 scale around scale 0.5 config no width divided by translate 100. This is going to be a line pointing to the right, to the positive x, basically. Line pointing to the positive x. And and figure out the other one. Okay, let camera forward is going to be transform multiplied by camera view matrix on the other side. Have the inverse of that. I want to multiply this by vec 4 0 0 1 0. That's going to be where the camera is pointing, and this, I guess. Okay. So here I'm going to do ports. So x is going to be the direction, and then y is going to be the cross product of the direction and camera forward. Normalized means that I don't really need to normalize it here. And the last one is going to be the camera forward. Does not make any difference. So this should draw this thing. We can draw rings and we can draw the axis. Draw axis. Red is going to be unit x. Okay, say red, green, and we say blue, and we say x, y, and z. Let's see if it actually looks like a line pointing in the correct direction. It should be 3 lines. It is 3 lines. Look at this. Okay, so there you go. X is red, Y is green, Z is blue, like this. So we are actually drawing in the red-green, the red-green stuff. Now those the things don't have the yeah, and they can be instead like that. Those could be using the arrow thing. Okay, fine. I want to have the outline here too, right? Means that I'm going to do exactly the same thing twice. And just like I did there. Okay. Going to in the very beginning here. For scale uniform by 1 minus outline. Is that it? Actually, that is not it. That is not going to work. Not going to work. Hello, what is this? What is this? Okay, here you go. Helix has been suspended. So whatever he was doing with the Rust analyzer is not finished, and I'm blocking now, waiting for the file locked on the build directory. And to go back, and then I need to pause it again. And then it's going to be alright. Okay, maybe this is a little bit nicer. We should be able to see these lines. That's all that matters, right? That I am going to see these lines. They are kind of ugly, but it is whatever, right? It is whatever. Okay, so we have the axis lines and we have the rings. I can have both if I want, or I can have only the things. I'm not sure. Okay, so now we need to use this to modify the transformation of this thing that I'm rendering. Also, this size. This size literally 1? No, it is 16. So wide man. What does that mean? Oh, wait. If I multiply the transform by the size, this is not scaling, right? I need to do matrix scale uniform by this scale. Yeah, if I multiply the matrix, then it's literally going to do nothing. I should not be need to scale manually. Okay, there you go. We can draw, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So, I'm only going. Well, what should be the key? Maybe if I press the tab key, for example, right? Gizmo. Draw over here. Maybe only if I press the tab key. Or, I mean T. Probably the T key for transform, right? Is key pressed. E, T. There you go. T means transform. Easy. So if the T key is pressed, then I'm going to draw the gizmo for transforming the current plane, right? And then if I am pressing a key, pressing a mouse button, then I'm going to see if I pressed on the gizmo or not, basically. Actually, I'm just going to see the closest. I'm going to just see the closest axis. I think that is going to be the easiest way. All right, I need to quick bathroom. All right. By the way, I see. Do you know how to get that SDF? I mean, the uh, the distance to the ring in 3D. Is it easy? I never thought about this thing. I am making own paint. Yes, I am making own paint. Hello there. How are you doing? Hold on, let me. Why Microsoft Paint is bad enough? I mean, have you not seen what I've been doing? You just joined the stream? Okay, let me tell you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Here's my paint. Here's me drawing, right? Here's me drawing. Here's me rotating and moving around. Okay. See where this goes? This is going to be a paint. Or first of all, we have the infinite canvas here, right? And so I just implemented this little gizmo here, which will allow me to do the transformation of this little canvas. When I'm going to touch it right now, it doesn't work. That's what I'm going to do right now. And then I'm going to be able to add other paints, other planes that I'm going to draw on, so that we can basically draw on a bunch of different planes and like just draw the shape, you know, and we will just say it is good enough, you know, even if they don't touch very well, you know. That's it. All right, so I need to figure out if I am clicking on a specific thing on a gizmo, right? Right. How do I do this? I know how to find a distance between. Am I too poor to activate Linux? Yes. I don't have money. Maybe I make this paint application and then I will sell it for a lot of money. People will buy it because there's no other 3D applications, right? That work like that. Distance, yeah, no, yeah. If we want to find the distance between ring and line, then how do we do it? I know how to find the distance between two lines in 3D space. You could cheat by generating points and then putting them into screen space. Good. Jokes aside, I made my website today. Can you give me your feedback? Right? In the link. Hold on. Let me eat a cookie. Hello world. My name is Asad Uzaman Pavel. I build web backend for web. Software engineer with a decade of experience in building web applications. I've created and maintained a wide range of web applications for a small business website to enterprise applications. Worked with various programming languages and technologies. Go, JavaScript, and PHP. Nice. Learning Rust currently. That is nice. Okay, I don't have a website. I don't have one for 4 years lol. Okay, hold on. I see. How do we find distance between a ring and a line? I don't even know. Okay, what if we are on 2D? Or what if we are on 2D and we want to find the distance to the ellipse? You know? The distance to the ellipse is harder to find than the distance to the ring. It's kind of similar things, right? Distance to ellipse. Oh shit, what is that? As a preliminary, the equation for an ellipse is this, where the length of major axis is 2a. We are given the center of the ellipse and the point P, X, Y outside of the ellipse, then we can calculate the distance to the edge. As in diagram, we calculate the distance between T point and the center of the ellipse, and subtracting the distance between the intersection and the center of the ellipse. What? That is wrong. That is wrong. We are given the center of the ellipse and a point outside of the ellipse, then we can calculate the distance to the edge by calculating the distance d between point P and the center of the ellipse and subtracting the distance between the intersection and the center of the ellipse. That is wrong. Why is this the solution if this is wrong? The distance to the center is not this. It's to the closest point, right? Closest point's normal is directed towards the Curie point. Parameterization of the standard ellipse is this. The square distance from y to any point of the ellipse is this. This is a non-negative periodic and differentiable function. Okay, you know what? You know what? Do we even need the rings? Can we just do everything? Maybe it's easier to do line to ring in 3D. But how so? Because if you do this, and I just click here, this is literally a distance. The ellipse. Isn't it? Like, this on the screen is an ellipse right now. So it should be the similar thing. So like if I just take the point on the plane of the ring, maybe it's hard to figure out. No, maybe. Also, how are you gonna turn the ring into an ellipse? No idea. But I'm also thinking that I should just use the axis lines. So like I'm going to hover on the red axis line, which is the X, right? If I use the left mouse button, then I'm going to move along the X. If I'm using the right mouse button, then I'm going to rotate it. Then if I'm pressing the middle, then I'm going to scale. That good enough? Maybe I don't even need. Are rings placed on the axes? Yeah, the red ring represents the so the red line represents the x axis, and the red ring represents the because then it's way easier. I mean, we can also always do the transformation where it becomes on the axis. How is that easier? And it's 2D circle to point. How so? No. It's on the local axis, not on the camera axis, right? I want to find the distance to the ring from the point of view of the camera. But technically, I can just make it a 2D circle to point. I can. Can. Raycast and find intersection point at the local axis. Yeah. I already have it. We have the texture coordinate is basically what it is. We have already did the raycasting for rendering. This is how the rendering works already in the raycasting. All right. Let me see. Left mouse button. If I have the wheel, then it's one thing. Otherwise, see if please key pressed key, that I'm going to be the transforming, right? Would be skewed, but that's probably fine. Yeah. Would probably be fine. Okay, let's see. Self. No. Gizmo. Find. Interact. Gizmo. I guess raycast to the gizmo, right? Raycasting to the gizmo will give us the axis or the ring, something, one of those, right? I'm going to raycast. The transform is going to be self plane transform, and the ray going to be that thing, literally this. raycast. Reach raycast function. Okay. We're going to have raycast, the transform and the ray. Okay. Should not be the freestanding function. It will be here because I will need access to the configuration. Okay, so when I'm doing the raycasting, right? This is going to return the so like, how do you call this? Either an axis. Transform. How do you call this thing? Either an axis, either move along the axis or rotate along the axis. I don't know. Transform mode. Let's have this. Struct transform mode. Well, I guess enum. Enum transform mode is going to be either translate along the axis, which is this. I just going to make it generic, or it's going to be rotate around the axis. It's going to be any axis at all. There you go. Transform mode. Yeah. So it's going to be let's see, distance to line. Right? So we are going to have A, which is going to be array, and B is also going to be array. No. To line. Array. Array. So in order to calculate the distance to the line, let's calculate the normal. I'm going to have the cross product line direction and ray direction, and I'm going to return the dot product of normal, normalize or 0, and line from minus ray from absolute. There you go. So this is the distance between the lines. I'm pretty sure this should be very simple. And then we do distance to ring. Distance to ring is going to be ray I don't know. Let me just do x, y. This is going to be the local axis of the ring. Right? So z is going to be cross product of x and y. And then basically we have the equation that's ray from plus ray direction multiplied by the time and dot product this. You know what? Just going to make it easier. I'm going to transform the ray into the local transform. Will transform just a matrix, whatever. So I'm going to transform the ray into the this thing. So matrix is going to be inverse matrix transform multiplied by local transform verse, and I'm going to say ray is ray where from is going to be first matrix multiplied by ray from and direction is inverse matrix multiplied by direction extended by 0 xyz. We already did kind of that thing before. Now that I have the ray in the local coordinates, this basically means that our circle is 0 0, you know, just like we are drawing it over there. So let's see, t is going to be ray z divided by ray direction z, ray from z, negative, okay. Yeah, if ray direction z approximately equal to 0, then I'm going to just return infinity because whatever. Okay, so the position on the point is going to be ray from xy plus ray direction xy multiplied by t. So this is the point on the 2D plane, and I need to calculate the distance to the circle here. So distance to the circle is going to be just the p length, I think, actually. Minus 0, minus 1, and the absolute value. That's literally it. That's all I need. No, that's not all I need. Or is this all I need? No, this is the distance in the local coordinates, but if we are scaled, well, I guess I will just need to multiply back. Right? Just multiply back by the scale, and scale is going to be context self config gizmo size, like this. Okay. Yes, I'm literally going to say that transform is transform multiplied by scale uniform of self config more size. I mean, or I can just not do that and instead over here calculate the distance to the literally to the size, right? Instead, that should be better. So the local transform is going to be only the rotation. Going to be better. Okay. Let's see. So we're going to call distance to ring. This is array and this is the transform. Wait, hold on. The array is always going to be the same. This is a closure. I can just do this. Right. Yeah. Okay. So let's see this. I'm going to have a list of distance to line. Distance to line. Over here, I'm just going to have the direction. That direction is transform multiplied by direction extend by 0 XYZ. Then line is from is transform multiplied by 0 1 3D direction is this shit. How much do you charge per cargo install in Evgang? I can pay whatever you want, I guess. Why do you expect me to charge? It is 0. Are you switching from Unity? Is that what you why you are asking? Oh wait, you were using Godot anyway. I wouldn't. Well, no. Godot, I don't see Godot doing that. Godot is open source, right? What is the licensing of Godot? Is it MIT or something else? DL maybe. Godot. Never felt better about not using Unity. Yeah, Unity was never open source, right? I could do. I wonder how many people are going to stop using Unity though because of that. Why do you think they did it? I think it's because of the only up game. You know? So like people can make really shitty games and sell it for $1 billion. So that, I mean, because people use Coyote time, they don't like that. Okay, hold on. Distance to line. Back 3 unit X. Okay, so to the unit X, this is going to be. This is going to be. Hold on. That to line is going to be. Direction. Back 3 F32. Okay. So I'm just going to return here the distance to line of the direction and transform mode translate along the direction. Okay, there you go. This to line, and then to ring is going to be why am I making my own paint? You made your own A sprite without the drawing? Wait, what do you mean? I'm making my own paint because I want to use it for the LD. I want to make something different that I didn't do before with my art, and it is going to require me either learning a tool which I tried learning and they all suck, or making my own version, which is going also to suck, but at least it's going to be my own, you know? I'm going to show you what I already have in a second here. Hold on. Hold on. It's already pretty cool. You are going to understand what I'm making an ACS with. Which will also suck, lol, I was going to say. I mean, all the software sucks. It is impossible to make something that doesn't suck. I think everything sucks. Hard agree, your stuff sucks. Your stuff sucks. Less, though. Well, by saying you're like your own. If you make your own, it's going to be your own that is going to suck less. Yeah, because you control it and you can make it better. I think. I don't know. I don't have experience in participating in like an open source project, like in Godot, for example. Godot is theoretically nice because the source code is open. So like theoretically, you can change things for yourself, like Jitsu is doing sometimes, right? Or do pull requests. But at the same time, it's just much slower doing Kuvi stuff. Oh no, Kuvi stuff is the best. Is the least sucking of them all, right? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, whatever. I'm going to do a matrix here. Matrix or like X, Y, and Z. This is just going to be easier. I'm rotating around the Z and X, Y, and there's this matrix from orts X, Y, Z. Then we say we return distance to ring, matrix, transform mode, rotate around the Z. There you go. This is what I want. Okay, so then we have two line back 3 unit X, right? And we have two line 3 unit Y, and then we have two line back 3 unit Z, right? So these are the options of us doing the translation. Distance to ring. Yeah, okay. And then we have the distance to ring. Okay, so around X is going to be unit Y, unit Z, and then unit X. It's basically just going to be rotated around, right? So there, here we are going to have Z, X, and Y. And here we're going to have X, Y, and Z. Okay, so then we consider all of those, and we do minimum by F32 CMP, total CMP AB, total CMP A0 B0, right? And then we do unwrap, and then we do 1. Okay. And before that, we need to convert that into the iterator. Okay. Total CMP arguments to this function are incorrect. We need to borrow. Okay. All right. So I'm not using that. Okay. Let me just show you really quickly. Aria, just join the stream. Just be amazed at what I'm making here. It's going to be a paint that is really Pog. When are you making your own Linux so you don't have to run a pirated version? I think I'm going to make my own programming language first, and then I'm going to make my own operating system after that, alright? And before operating system and after the language is also going to be my own editor, right? Because Helix sucks, VS Code sucks, and Vim sucks. Everything sucks. Here you go. Here's me drawing stuff, right? And then I do this, and I can draw like that, right? There you go. And right now I'm working on this gizmo over here so that I can transform this plane that I'm drawing on, you know. And then after I can transform this in the game world, instead of like rotating the camera itself, I'm going to add other planes. So I'm going to basically have a bunch of like different planes on which I draw something, and that's how I compose my objects. Kind of a VR drawing. So if in VR drawing, it's like a 3D a 3D pen, right? Kind of. Yeah. On this one, this is an I don't know. So basically, I'm going to try and make my paint art with 3D this time for LD. That is my thing. So like the only brush that I need is this size of a brush, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of is like the VR drawing, right? Kind of is. But I'm also always drawing on the same plane, so I wonder if there are other programs that can do this. Yeah, also this canvas is infinite. This canvas is infinite, literally. But it's just like the texture becomes bigger if I draw outside of the texture right now. Okay, so yeah, right now I'm making on this gizmo, so I'm doing a raycast to the gizmo to find out what I'm going to be transforming. Am I going to be translating or rotating around an axis? This canvas is infinite. 2 seconds later, line breaks up before it reaches the top. Oh, it's just the camera is wrong. I have the clipping plane. The far clipping plane is too close. This is what is happening right now. So if I go to camera over here, right? Let me do this. 10,000. It should be better. Just like that. It's like if you make your clipping plane, the far clipping plane too far, then it's going to be. Do I already have a game idea in mind? I have several, and I think it's going to depend on the theme. But I think I want to make it multiplayer again, right? Because I didn't make a multiplayer game in a long time. And because it's going to be multiplayer, it's going to be limited a lot. But I think two things. Actually, one of them is very stupid and same basically as I did already before. So like imagine something like the extreme sports or the Kutzmania. Basically, the two games are the same. It's like the visuals are different and like right. So yeah. So imagine something like this, but I don't know, just racing basically. Racing, multiplayer racing, or I could do a farming game where you just literally farm shit, you know. But the team is going to send you a DMCA. I'm going to make it Racing Turtles. Okay, fine. He owns all of the racing. Okay. I will make a game where you drive as a turtle and you deliver eggs. I think I have found my idea for the LD. Yeah. That's what it's going to be. And I'll try to make the physics as realistic as possible. But the graphics are going to be very funny, simple. Okay, projection metric. Main. Okay, so over here, I'm doing the raycast here, right? I'm doing the raycast, and this is transform is this. So basically, I'm just going to say self transform is some that. Ah, shit. What am I doing? Transform is this. Also, I'm going to do self context king window lock cursor. I'm going to lock the cursor too. When I am releasing, I guess when I'm releasing anything, I'm going to unlock the cursor always. Or maybe not. Okay. All right. So transform is going to be here. My tool ended up being a 4 megabyte executable after installing. Is that a small or a big size? It's a small size, right? 4 megabyte is pretty small. Option. Gizmo transform mode. Okay, and then we have the raw mouse movement. Here I'm going to say that if transform okay, match self transform. None is going to be this. Okay, so we are either translating or rotating, right? So if I am translating, is this in the global or in the local? It looks like it is in the yeah, it is in the local. Both here and there. In the global. Let me do here. Map the self lane transform. Let my V extend 1 0. Generate the map method. F impl fn or B f32 B f32 match self. We're translating. We are rotating. Each result is arrive the clone. Hold on, no. the let this be huge result. Top level or patterns are not allowed. Surround with parentheses. Right? So I say v is fv. And we return the result. Okay. So this should be in the global now. I think I like the global more. And hold on, transform global. Oh, hold on. So I want to like I want to how do I convert the mouse movement? Hold on. This is hard. Let me, first just do like up means more and down means less, right? It's just when you are trying to move along the axis, you are trying to move your mouse along the axis, right? Instead of it moving up and down. So that's what I was trying about. Okay, let's see this. If I'm translating, then I'm just going to say self-plane transform is self-plane transform multiplied by on the left side. We translate by this vec multiplied by delta y, right? For the rotate is going to be similar. I'm going to instead over here say rotate around this vec by the angle is going to be this multiplied by sensitivity. Not sure about the sensitivity over there though. This is going to be angle on degrees. Okay, let's just run it and see if anything works. Like, if anything works. Okay. So here we go. Here's my stuff, and I'm going to try and move along this axis. Okay, it works. The sensitivity is very high, but it does work. Let's move along the red axis, which is the X. There you go. It actually works. Move vertically. There you go. It actually works. Let's try rotating. and it does rotate, but if it is rotating around the world origin instead of its local origin, which it should rotate around its local origin. Okay. And yeah, so how do I make it relative to the camera though? Because right now I need to hold this axis and I move up, I move down. This works, but over here, if I move up, then it moves to the right. If I move down, then it moves to the left. Right? We sell seashore. Sell shell seashore. Oh, what are you doing? So I mean, technically this works, but I don't like how it works. I do not like how this works. How to make it relative to the camera? Okay, hold on. So let's say that this is the line, right? This is the axis, and I'm trying to like move to do the translation, right? And I move my mouse in this direction. That then it should not be moving at all, right? Should it be the dot product of the direction and my mouse movement in the same space, basically? No? Probably, potentially. Let's try. Let's try. Let try. So if I have, yeah, over here, I have the delta, which is a vec, right? Delta app f32. I'm going to extend this by 0 to make it a 3-dimensional vec. And then I'm going to multiply it by inverse camera view metrics, because that's going to put it into the world space, right? So I'm going to multiply this by the inverse metrics, and then I'm going to do a dot product of this and that Su do ra. Hello. Okay. Is this going to work? What the hell is this formula? Are you guys? We are good. How are you? Trying to make a 3D paint program here, which looks like this. So what I'm doing right now is trying to implement the movement like this. So I'm going moving up, moving down, moving left, moving. Oh shit! Hold on. It actually works. I did it. I actually did it. Actually did it. This now feels good. This now feels good. The sensitivity though, a little too high. Sensitivity is a little too high. Why do I not use the mouse cursor? What do you mean I not use the mouse cursor? Oh, yeah, I'm hiding the mouse cursor. Actually, I am. If I had the mouse cursor, yeah. I'm locking the mouse cursor so that I mean, for rotation, you will be able to rotate infinitely, basically, by moving the mouse to the left infinitely, you know? That's why. It's like the same reason you hide the mouse cursor in first-person games. Like when I'm doing the rotation of the camera, I'm also hiding it. I have a small program in C for plotting mathematical function is SDL. I guess you have a good experience with graphics programming. Can you check that out? What do you want me to check? The code? I don't think I want to. I mean, I can try building it, but I'm too lazy. Is there a screenshot? Mathematical plotting software? An example? I mean, you are using SDL here. I am not using SDL. Better way to define these variables. We have the globals here. All right. Sure, what feedback you were looking for? Like a program in C that does something with SDL. Can improve that, making it do more things, I guess. Or are you asking me about the code quality? I don't think you should be I don't think you should be too worried about the code quality. Think about it when it becomes a problem. because what I'm doing a lot of refactorings, and because of that, like sometimes you spend so much time refactoring that you are not making actual progress. So sometimes it's better just ignore the fact that the code is not perfect. Works, then it works, you know. Hmm. Very unoptimized right now. Yeah, it's okay. A lot of things that I do are also not optimized. So over here, for example, I'm drawing, right? This is a drawing application, and as you can see, there's no limits to this, to how much I can draw, right? Because this is technically infinite, but it is done by basically making a bigger and bigger texture. Like, so right now it's limited by this rectangle, right? If I try to draw over here, then I'm going to increase the size of the texture to be this, right? But the problem is, if I just draw a line like this, then I draw the line a small section by small section, right? So I'm going to increase the size of the texture like this, and then like that, and then like that, and then like that. And like a lot of these small movements, they add up. This technically hurts performance, although I am not seeing this problem here, even although this is very unoptimized. Hello, Ricky. Hello, Ricky. Okay, you know what? It's better than nothing. I'm going to think about it later. I think that's not the most important issue, but yes, this should be improved somehow. The only problem is that the rotation should be around. Rotate should be around the origin, right? So origin is going to be custom paint. Yeah. Which library is this? I'm using my own custom game engine. I should have tiles instead of expanding. What do you mean tiles instead of expanding? Like when I'm no, I think it should be not tiles instead of expanding. I think it should be a like a vector, you know, like an array list. When you expand like more than the capacity should be doubled, or I mean multiplied by some number, instead of having the capacity increase one by one every time and reallocate every time. So it's a similar thing, I think. But it could be also tiles. That's how it worked in the other version of mine. So like a chunk-based graphics, right? Hello, Rinks. Oh wait, Rinks was here in the very beginning of the stream. Did you see what we did? What we did here? I already can draw in 3D. Let origin self-plane transform
Squiggly rings.
0 and by 1.
Squiggly rings.
Squiggly, squiggly, squiggly.
Squiggly rings.
2D. Right. Transform is going to be, we're going to rotate around the origin. So this means that going to translate the origin to 0 and then translate back. Okay. How goes the paint? It's pretty good, pretty good. Let me show you. Let me show you. So like we start in an empty screen, right? Start an empty screen, we can start drawing. And so like I draw with my favorite brush, which is a 3 pixel brush. And then we can rotate this in 3D and look and move around, you know. And then we can take this thing itself. Instead of rotating the camera, we can rotate the thing, you know, like this. And we can do this. Do that. You know? And the next thing that I'm going to make is instead of it being just one object, I want it to be multiple objects so that I can draw on multiple different planes and make like compose 3D objects like that. All right, it's way fancier than Paint. I mean, it's just one single pixelated brush. Wow. Okay. Gizmo. Right. So we did the transformation, and now the next step that is going to allow us to do actually 3D is basically multiple planes, right? So right now I literally just have only one plane here, but it should be a list of planes, right? So planes is going to be like literally a list of planes, you know, like literally. And then the current one is going to be selectable somehow. I think the way I'm going to select, I'm going to click on the screen, and if there is a pixel there, then I'm going to like select the closest pixel, like literally. It should be pretty simple, I think. Planes, right, selected is going to be an optional index because maybe we don't have one selected. Okay. So originally, I'm going to create just one object and selected is going to be the index 0. So we can start drawing immediately just like we did, right? Ah, shit, what did I do? Okay. Then we have here, right? For plane in self planes. We just literally draw all of them at the same time. And then if press T, so over here, I'm going to do the current plane. Yeah, so if let some index is self-selected, then plane is self planes at the index, and then we draw the gizmo for this specific one. Then we just need to fix all the errors here that we introduced. If let some index is self-selected, plane is self-planes index, right? What about here? Here I'm doing the raycast and I'm drawing. Yeah, I'm going to be drawing on the current. Obviously. If let some text plane is planes. Right. Nice. When we're translating, it's going to be the same. Self planes, self selected unwrap. Yo, Paint software. Oh, it's not just the Paint software. What GUI framework do you use? I am not using any GUI framework. How do I render things? With OpenGL. I mean, I'm using my own custom game engine. All on top of OpenGL. Plane transform. It's literally going to be the same. Copy paste. Done. I'm not going to think about the quality here too much. Cursor move. Okay, over here. Cast if previous draw. If some index selected means index. On true. Is not mutable. Yeah, I need to make it mutable reference, obviously. Okay, 3 more lines over here. Also need to mutable reference because I'm drawing onto the plane texture. And then plane transform needs to be mutable reference 2. Mutable reference 2. Plane draw. Cannot borrow plane as mutable. Okay, when I'm drawing a plane, I do not need the mutable reference. That's how we fix that one. All right. So this should be good. This should be the same, but in what we need to do is we need a way to select a different one and create new ones, right? So let me just introduce a couple new finds. Yeah. So I think the tab key is going to select the other one. So I'm going to do self-selected is self selected map or 0 index plus 1 by self planes length. Okay, if self planes is empty, then self selected is none. Otherwise, it is sum. Okay, there you go. So this is the tab to give select, and then we also need a key to add a new plane texture. Event new plane texture. Key down. So what should be the key for adding a new one? Maybe C for create, right? C create. C create. Okay. You can see there is going to be no UI for now. I'm just going to do it all with the hotkeys. So I'm going to do self planes push. I'm going to create a new plane where texture going to be texture new self ctx, and transform is going to be translate. Maybe I need to make it at the camera. Like where should the new plane even be created with the new object? When you do it in Blender, the new object is created at the cursor position. But I don't have the cursor right now here. So I'm going to make it at the where the camera is looking basically. So translate self camera position. That's going to be the transform here. And self selected is going to be some self planes length -1. So like we select it immediately. This is a 4x4 matrix because we're in 3D. Okay, let's see if it works. Let's try drawing something in 3D. What should I draw? The unicorn? Okay. I think I need my color wheel to be better. Color wheel is not very good. Oh wait, I should do a crab. I mean, this one is also pretty good. But you know. I mean, how am I supposed to do a circular object here? I like this is going to be more like Minecraft, where I'm supposed to draw something that is well, you know, like okay, whatever. Here you go. We have another object. Here you go. We have actually 3D now. Actually have 3D now. All right. There's no undo. There's no eraser right now, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hold on. Let's just start from scratch. Let's just start from scratch. Hold on. How do you even make a crab? I don't have the feeling tool either. So what? Supposed to be. This is a crab. How do I make it a 3D object? No. I need to do something simple. Something simple. I need to do like a box, you know? Like a box. Simplest objects ever. Right? like this, so that I can create a 3D object here. Okay. I do not have copy paste either. Oh shit. Okay, well, this object stays there, I guess. Agreed on a plane would help. Yeah, maybe. Create a new one. Okay. This is going to be a new one. Alright. Let me see. Okay, so I already see a problem, by the way, because I can see through. There's no depth buffer right now. There's going to be a box. There's you can see through. I should fix that. There should be a depth buffer there. I don't think I want semi-transparency. For now anyway. But when I'm rendering this thing, I do not want to use any blending. Instead, I'm going to do a depth test. Not depth funk. Depth funk? Less or equal. And also in the texture shader, I want to have something if frag color alpha is less than 0.5. I'm going to discard. Otherwise, the transparent pixels are going to be blocking the view. Okay, and then I want the nearest filter, I guess, to should it be okay, whatever. There you go. Now I start drawing again. Transform. Movement is not super great here. I guess it would be nice technically if like we were snapping to the grid and to like specific rotations. Maybe, but I'm not sure. Or should it be like very rough for me anyway? Because that's how I make my art. Am I eating an apple? Oh shit. Sensitivity of movement is very high. Okay, 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 okay. See, I'm becoming quick here. Perfect. I think. Look, it's oh shit. I didn't. Okay, there you go. Perfect box, right? Need to copy pasta. Yeah, I guess it can be. You can use a copy pasta. Should it be a copy paste or should it be a copy paste by reference, like in some other things? You know, copy paste by reference with different translation, basically, like we have in the Inkscape, such a thing. Infinite Coder, hi. Hi. I need copy paste without as well. I don't think I need copy paste. Because I'm going to draw everything very quickly. It's going to be literally like this. Like I draw, it's like done, you know? That's how I do my paint art. It's just going to be my paint art, but in 3D. So technically, this is all like almost actually perfect. I think I do want some snapping to the grid here so that it would look like an actual box, though. You know? But right now it's not very obvious of what am I going to draw on, right? The erasing tool must be there. And yes, I do need a better color selection. Wheel, this is ugly after all. I don't know why I did it this way. I think I still want it to be the wheel, but it should be the wheel of a palette, right? But in order to select a new color to the palette, it should be a better level. It should be a better color chooser. The feeling. Oh, collab, I think, right? What is OKHSL? Or is it the same thing as OCLAB? KHSL is for color picker. I'm not sure. I was thinking that there should be like the wheel of the hue, right? But I don't know. It's not very good because I need to change the hue and then I need to change the lighting and then I need to change the saturation too, right? This should all be in one widget. Yes. Screen. The filling tool, the preview of a. I guess in order to know what we are going to draw on, we will be able to see the grid. I think on the plane that we are currently rendering. That's what we need to see the grid on the plane that we are rendering currently. Step into the grid and some other features. I think I can go in, be done for today though. This is pretty good, right? For the first day. So yeah. It had some quality features and being able to export it as as something that I can import in my game. And we have the movement. Easy progress. This is nice. This is nice. I like it. I actually like it. Hold on, before we go, here's another thing that I wanted to do. So this is going to be no depth test enabled. Okay, here is one of the things that I want to do. Instead main. Like explaining effect systems, right? Cocodoc say that you can save continuation and play concurrency with it, but that isn't possible since run and resume multiple times. It resumes from the same place. Now what? You want to implement concurrency, you don't need to resume multiple times. You need to resume only once. Resuming once is literally same as future polling in Rust. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to do a first person mode. In a first person mode, my mouse is always going to be locked. So I'm going to be moving around like in Minecraft, you know? Always. Can you implement an event loop like in Gang with an effect system this way? Yes, you can do a lot of things. You can. Actually, no, I will not do this right now. I will do it next time. Because I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. I can do the first person cam next time. So, yeah. Bog paint, bog. At first person mode and aim to paint. Reload too. What is reload? Reload your pencil.
I'm looking to see if there's any way of.
You will need to save continuation and resume it for one loop. Then you'll need to give control to OS again. Yeah. Wait. Need to pull once.
Go build compiles to optimize for better performance. However, the difference in performance may not be noticeable for small programs. Okay, so you're not that full of shit.
Right, let's go here.
So go build might add some performance.
All right, new project, POG. I like starting new projects. If only we finish one project someday, but it's going to be another time. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
All right. Okay. So we're making